we see the whole thing.
You see the presenter.
Now
you
it's PowerPoint.
You had it for like 3 seconds.
Well, yeah, I was hoping that I could split screen it just to have my script as like a safety blanket.
You
next to it.
can.
But-
I've done that. It's when you do share screen, you do share a window or something.
Yeah, it's.
When you hit share screen, here. Let me try and see if I can do it. Go. If you do share screen, yeah, there you go.
Well, so let's just make sure.
Hopefully that works.
Still just PowerPoint.
It was.
We are live right now, but you guys can go ahead and get set up as you'd like to. We'll let people get seated.
Mhm.
Alan, I was just remarking to David and David, I said, I just cannot imagine having a better group of people together to talk about Clyde Tombaugh and to talk about the discovery of Pluto and the ongoing research of Pluto. I mean, this is it. If you got your pick out of all the people in the world to talk about it, I think it would be tough to pick a better group. So
It's going to be great. Looking forward to it.
okay.
Hi, Mark.
Hi, everyone.
How you doing?
Not bad. I came in about a minute ago, but I couldn't hear anyone, so I had to, in case you were saying hi to me and I wasn't responding, I was not totally ignoring you, or at least it wasn't deliberate.
I see I didn't get the memo on dress code, so I'm just going to stick with the t-shirt.
I'm in my very fancy North Face fleece pullover. It's about as formal as I get these days in the pandemic.
My mom was very concerned about my background, and I was like, "This is where the computer is." Sorry.
The people want to see the real setting.
Right.
Yeah, they get to see what we see, you know.
My second bedroom. The only place the cat can't get. I'm wondering if I can make it through the whole talk without the cat trying to break down the door. We're gonna see. Although I don't think you guys can hear it because he usually does it during meetings, and I assume you don't hear it, so that's all that matters.
Well, I'm hearing it now, Allison. Can't hear it.
Then we're good.
Edward Murray says, hello, David and David. And he also says, hi, hey, Alan. And everybody listening right now, if you can, this is an outreach effort, so you'll want to share this this program with your friends. Armando is watching from the Philippines. John Adler from New Mexico is on. Chris Larson. Thank you, Chris, for sharing. It's great.
Hello, Carol. It's good to see you.
Oh, David, how are you doing today?
Oh, I'm doing pretty well, thank you.
Got some of those beautiful skies in Arizona again tonight?
It's going to be a clearish night tonight, I think. So hope to use it a little bit.
Well, we got the type of snows in Kansas City I like today. It melted off after about 2 hours.
Hi, Carol. Good to see you.
Hi, how you doing, Dave?
I'm doing, keep hanging in there, keeping busy.
That's what we got to do, I think.
Yeah.
What an exciting lineup for tonight.
So it's going to be quite an interesting night and
Yes, it
quite
is.
a number of presentations. So
I
it's
think Clyde would be very proud.
he undoubtedly would be.
I think he would be. Yeah, I think he'd enjoy this himself if he were alive today.
Yeah.
But instead, he's sort of patrolling and keeping New Horizons all nicely dusted, and keeping it all nice and fresh for its next target and whatever it's doing now.
So, David, if anybody on Earth would know this, you probably would. Did you ever ask Clyde about the 1918 pandemic, which he lived through as a kid?
Yeah, in fact, they
Oh.
lost one of their relatives in it. We talked quite a
Wow.
bit about the 1918 pandemic. Yeah. In fact, I think
Wow.
in my biography, it might even say that they lost one of their relatives. I think one of Patsy's relatives was lost in it.
Hmm.
So it was pretty serious. Probably not as serious as this one is, but yeah, they did. We talked about it at length.
Yeah, my grandfather lived through it, and he lost his mother due to the pandemic.
Yeah,
Wow.
And she was a young woman, 40 years
yeah.
old.
And the fact that it happened immediately after the First World War, actually during the First World War, and just extended on for 2 years. We're now in the second year of this one. So I hope we're almost on the way out of it. Please, let's be on the way out of it.
Well, let's hope we're all vaccinated by this summer, and that will give us a window toward some kind of normality, you would hope, again.
Yeah, we had a visit just a couple of hours ago from our local fire chief, and they're looking into building a very small station on one of our lots, and for an ambulance, and which is kind of interesting. And he's already gotten his vaccines, but we haven't gotten ours yet.
I'm on 3 different lists, but none have called yet.
No.
Yeah, I was just getting to kind of like house arrest.
I thought magazine editors are on the A1 list. David.
I'm a 1C, which my physician may be right or wrong, but I just had a virtual annual physical, as weird as that is. Went in to donate blood, but then just talked to my doctor remotely. But according to him, I'm supposed to get stuck in May. Whether that's true or not, I don't know.
That sounds about right to me. I hope so. And I hope that there'll be a lot more vaccines out very soon now. We've just bought a whole bunch of them. So hoping the availability will be increased.
I understand the one that's on the horizon, no pun intended, right now is just a one shot situation.
Yeah, it is. I think the AstraZeneca one, or is it the
I think it's
Johnson
the
and Johnson?
one, but still it's going to take a while to get it into the mainstream.
Yeah, I think so. In the meantime, we look for people to get excited about the night sky.
Okay, I think we're all set. Just got a couple of minutes here, but if you guys are ready, we can go ahead and get started. How do you think?
Ready when you are. And you're going to do an intro, presumably, Scott, eh?
I will. I
Okay.
sure will. Here we go. Well, hello, everyone. It is my pleasure to bring together this group of amazing astronomers, space explorers, authors, and just lovers of the night sky. We all gathered together tonight to celebrate the 115th birthday of Clyde Tombaugh, the discoverer of Pluto. And we have Clyde Tombaugh's biographer, David Levy, with us. We have the entire editorial staff of Astronomy magazine, headed up by David Eicher. We have the principal investigator of the New Horizons spacecraft and the extended mission out to the Kuiper Belt, Alan, why am I losing? Alan Stern, how could I forget? And we also have Kevin Schindler. Kevin Schindler is the historian at the Lowell Observatory, and he's inside the Pluto Discovery Telescope dome. And so I'm excited. All week long, it's just been building and building this excitement and thinking about these amazing people that are here with us tonight. I would like to think that Clyde Tombaugh would be thrilled to be here to watch this. And we hope that all of you have come prepared with questions and thoughts about our exploration of the outer parts of our solar system. And so I'm going to introduce David Eicher. David is the editor-in-chief of Astronomy magazine, and they are that whole editorial staff. They're the co-host of this program. I have had David on many times on the Global Star Party. He's a great friend. He is extremely knowledgeable about astronomy in many different aspects. He loves music. He has put together some of the big events in this astronomical community, including Starmus. And we're proud to have him on the show. And I think, is this the first time that you've had the whole editorial staff on a program like this?
This is the first time. So it's very, very exciting to me. And not only to have old friends, Scott Roberts, David Levy, Alan Stern, who I've known, Kevin Schindler, who I've known practically my whole astronomical life, since before you can even imagine when I was young. It's so long ago. But to have the whole staff of Astronomy magazine is really an honor. Nearly the whole staff is really an honor here to me. And for a long time, I was the young guy my whole career at astronomy with a bunch of older people. And now I'm the old guy. And so I'm taking a great, great pleasure tonight in introducing all the incredible young people who I get to work with now. So yes, indeed. Thanks, Scott, for having us all here.
Yeah. If you guys can't tell, I'm nervous. I forgot Alan Stern's name, so that's how nervous I am. All right, we have some incredible people here, and so let's get started.
Very good. Well, we're going to go first to one of my oldest friends, who I think I've known since I was 19 years old, back when we were all hanging around, going to star parties, and we knew that David Levy would become one of the great preeminent personalities, one of the great discoverers, one of the great writers, one of the most well-known movers and shakers in the world of astronomy, and indeed he did. known for his comet discoveries, known for his work with Gene and Carolyn Shoemaker, known for his co-discovery of comet Shoemaker-Levy 9 that impacted Jupiter in 1994 in very dramatic fashion, the discoverer of many comets as well along the way, and one of the all-around nicest and most interesting people in this field in the last half century plus. So it's a great, great honor to introduce one of my oldest friends in astronomy, who, as Scott mentioned, was Clyde's close friend and biographer. David, thanks for being here.
Thank you so much, David and Scotty. And it's good to be here. And I really want to thank you all. And I bring greetings from Wendy. She's saying hi. I bring greetings from Carolyn Shoemaker, who is saying hello. And I wish I were bringing greetings from Clyde. And if he were living, he'd be 115 today, and we would celebrate his birthday today. So I guess instead he is out there on new horizons, keeping it dusted and keeping it all set for the new generations of people that will be working with that beautiful spacecraft over the next dozen years or so. I'm going to tell you a little bit about Clyde. I remember when I was a little boy and just getting interested in astronomy, and Dad was trying to tell me not to take too much interest in astronomy because he didn't want me to have my head in the clouds and my feet in the clouds. He said, put them on the ground from time to time. Don't make astronomy the most important thing in your life. And I said to myself, okay, I won't make it the most important thing. I'll make it the only thing. Clyde would have liked that, I think. Anyway, he didn't even believe what he said himself all that much, because I think the very next night at dinner, he started to tell the story of the discovery of the outer planets, Uranus with Sir William Herschel, the musician turned astronomer, the discovery of Neptune, and then the discovery of Pluto by Clyde Tombaugh. And of course, I had to read about the discovery of Pluto because I knew right then that Clyde Tombaugh was actually still living and he was still an active person in the field of astronomy. Being an asthmatic, I had to spend a year and a half at the Jewish National Home for Asthmatic Children in Denver, Colorado. And while I was there, I got a letter from a cousin of mine who worked with a team that was designing the Apollo spacecraft heat shield. And he said there was going to be a conference about the exploration of Mars in June in Denver, and would I like to come with him? Would I like to come with him? Yeah, I'd like to come with him. Anyway, I met him in June. We went to the Denver Hilton, and the first speaker was Dr. Willie Lay. And he started with a joke that was really quite funny. I'm not going to repeat it now because it would be too off color for today's society, but it was pretty funny back then. Anyway, after he was finished, they opened the room for questions. And the first person to ask a question introduced himself, Clyde Tombaugh, New Mexico State University. And I fell on the floor, just fell out of my chair onto the floor. And I got up, I turned to my cousin and I said, he's the only person living that's discovered a planet, and he's with us in this room. And I remember he prefaced his question by saying, for the last 30 years, I've been studying Mars. And so right away, I thought to myself, now I know what he's been doing since he found Pluto. Of course, he was doing a lot more than reading about Mars in the last 30 years. But he asked a good question, and it was really a good meeting, even though I didn't get to meet him in person. That would have to wait until 1980. I was giving a lecture at the planetarium here, and while the audience was coming in getting ready, the director of the planetarium came up to me, took the microphone and said, ladies and gentlemen, Clyde Tombaugh is now entering the theater. And once again, I almost fell down because this time I'm going to meet him. I introduced myself to him almost immediately, and we started to talk. And he said he asked a few things about telescopes. I told him that at the time I had a little bit of a collection of telescopes and would be interested in coming down, taking a look at it during the time he's here in Tucson. And he said, yes, I'd love to. And the next day, this big van pulled up and out came Cliff Holmes, may he rest in peace now, and Clyde got out, and we had a wonderful visit. And that started about 6 months later. I started to visit Clyde and his wife, Patsy, in Las Cruces, New Mexico, a city that would have a large influence in my later life. Anyway, we started to meet. It was a lot of fun. And we'd meet about every 6 months until one day, and he was actually in Tucson again, giving a lecture to our astronomy club. I was driving him back, and I said, would you like me to write your biography? And he said, no, absolutely no way. I would not like to do that. I'm going to do it myself. I don't trust anyone else to do it. And Patsy said, oh, Clyde, you'll know you're not going to do it yourself. Let the boy try it. Oh, no, I'm going to do it. And so nothing happened. And then came 1983, 1984, 1985. I was visiting another close friend that some of you may remember, Walter Haas, the founder of the Association of Lunar and Planetary Observers. And I asked him about it. I told him I'd like to do it, but Clyde said no. And Walter said, ask him again. I said, well, I've already asked him. He said, you asked him a year or two ago. Ask him again. He said, okay. So I was back at his house and I said, Clyde, I've asked you before, but I'm going to ask you again. Would you like it if I wrote your biography? And he said, when do we start? And I couldn't believe the answer. We started like the very next month. My visits to Las Cruces, instead of being every 6 months, were now every month. I would come out there. I got to know Las Cruces pretty darn well, and it was a lot of fun. And he told me how he found Pluto, and we went into other things. And the interviews lasted about 2 years, during which time I got a really good sense. Some of the most important questions was, tell me how you met Patsy. And that was a story. And it was kind of interesting because in those days, you didn't just meet a girl and take her out to Lowell Observatory or on something and expect nothing to happen after that. And they met while they were students at the University of Kansas. And they started to get closer. And then Clyde said, this summer I'm going to be going out to work at Lowell Observatory. There are a few things I need to do there. Would you like to come with me? And Patsy said, well, when he asked me that, in those days, that was a proposal, and that's about as close as he was going to get to proposing. So I accepted, and then we got married. Anyway, we got out to Lowell, and we got to meet the people there. The original people were still there from the time of the discovery, and it was really very special. And as after the book was finished, it came out in a first edition, then in a second edition, and then Sky and Telescope came out with an edition that turned out to be even more popular than the originals. And it was actually a lot of fun to do that. And we were talking about it, but even after these books came out, I'd come up to Clyde, and Clyde says, hey, wait, sit down. I have to tell you how I found Pluto. Oh, Clyde, says Patsy, you've told him 1,000,000 times how you found Pluto. Is there anything possibly you could have left out from those times? Oh, no, I left out important things. And I didn't really mind hearing again and again and again how Clyde found Pluto. And it really got to me when the first of the other trans-Neptunian objects were found, now known as the Kuiper Belt objects. And I was at the time writing a column for a magazine, which I better not say the name of because David would have something to say about that. So it was for another magazine, Brand S. And so I was writing that article about the discovery of one of the first Pluto-sized objects in the Kuiper Belt. And I asked the discoverer to describe the discovery. And what he said was really amazing. He said, well, I was having a pizza and just about ready to go to bed, and I turned the computer off, let it do its thing. And the next morning I woke up and there was this object that it found. And I said, well, so tell me the story. I just did. That's all? That's all? Clyde tells his story. It goes on for an hour. And it was really so very special. And I think it says how the observing has changed over the years. How now very few people, in fact, nobody, except for maybe me and Scotty and Dave, maybe a little bit. But other than that, I don't think anybody does visual observing anymore. And which kind of dates where I am. But it's the kind of observing that I'm used to, and it's the kind of observing that I love. Anyway, I think the most important and precious times was as Clyde was getting older, Clyde started to explain how he was really worried that his legacy, his signature discovery, was going to be taken from him. He was terrified that Pluto was going to be demoted. He said Brian Marsden started it in 1980 at the 50th anniversary. He said Pluto should not be considered a major planet. And nothing happened until 1996, I guess it was, at the IAU meeting. Clyde had already passed on, but Patsy was still living when they finally decided to declare that Pluto was a dwarf planet and not a major planet. And Patsy made a speech in which she said, Clyde was a scientist and he would have accepted it. Much as I love Patsy and I miss her so much, I respectfully disagree with you, Patsy. I don't think Clyde would ever have accepted that. And when we talked with him about it, he kept on saying how worried he was that this signature discovery of his was going to be taken from him, which is exactly what happened. I think he would have loved Alan Stern's article shortly after the planet status was changed, where he says this definition stinks for technical reasons. And I've read that article over and over again, and especially just yesterday, I've read it one more time. And Alan, thank you for writing that. It is a wonderful, wonderful piece of writing, and certainly meritorious of the person running the spacecraft that sailed past Pluto in 2015. Anyway, I want to show you my favorite picture of Pluto. I'm going to try to do this. Let's see if I can share the screen. Can you see it?
Yes.
There's a picture there. This is my very favorite picture of Clyde. It is a 5-second time exposure of Clyde with his cat named Pluto. He had a number of cats. He loved cats, but this was his favorite. This was Pluto. And I said, Clyde, that's a Pluto cat. And he says, a Pluto cat for a plutocrat. And this was really very, very special. And let's see where I am now. Yeah, I see where I am. Anyway, there is something, and one of the things that it says on the plaque, on the New Horizons plaque, it said that Clyde was a friend, but he was also a punster. I remember the puns that he and I used to get into. We just go on and on for hours. I came back after seeing a annular eclipse of the sun. It was the eclipse in 1983 that I was able to see from New Orleans. And right after that, I visited Clyde in Las Cruces. And he met me at the door. He said, I'll bet you had a ringside seat. And that was one of them. But Clyde's puns were not just his puns. You had to acknowledge his puns. You couldn't just let them go. You had to say so, because I remember at Riverside one year, we were walking him out. We were outside with him. And one of us said, there's Jupiter up there. And Clyde says, oh, that's Jupiter, by Jove. And none of us said anything. And Clyde said, "By Jove." And he kept on going until someone acknowledged the pun. And he kept on doing. But some of the best puns were the ones he did. Apparently, he had no sense of humor at all when he was at Lowell doing his planet search. He developed a sense of humor at White Sands with the Army. There was one of the V2s they were preparing for launch in the late 40s. And it was called a hangar queen because it kept on breaking down. They kept on finding problems with it, and they had to do this and they had to do that. And finally, on the launch day that they finally set for it, kept on having little glitches. And finally, Clyde picked up the microphone and he said, "If that missile won't launch, fire it." And he just kept on going. You can just imagine the groan that the entire staff of White Sands let out after that one. And he just had pun after pun after pun. There was one time he was part of a carpool that would take him all the way from his home to White Sands every day. And they loved the Clyde that he'd come into the car every day with his ever expanding briefcase. And each day it would get bigger and fatter and fatter and fatter. And they were going to say one day something's going to happen. And then that day came. Clyde walked out with 2 briefcases. And this was the way he did things. And he had his own way of living, his own way of dealing with things. One of the things that happened is my mom knew that I was visiting Clyde every month in Las Cruces, because after the book, I kept on visiting him each month. She recommended that I might want to go out with a girl who lived in Las Cruces. She described her as a professor at the university. It turned out she was something even more important than that, a teacher, a middle school teacher at White Sands. And so I didn't waste a second. I wrote a letter introducing myself and I sent it. Was it the next day? No. The next month? No. It was 7 years later. At which time Wendy had found somebody, almost married that person, broke up with that person, all that before I finally got around to writing the letter. And the only thing that persuaded me to do that was when Mom asked me that year, had I done anything about it? And I said no. And she said, well, just forget the whole thing. And that was the challenge. And I decided to do that. We had a wonderful phone call. And we had our first date in May, it was July of 1992. And we slowly became friends and we slowly got closer. And after the collision with Shoemaker Levy 9, during which time I really wasn't going out or dating with anybody, we started to get a little more serious. I remember talking at her school about Clyde and about other things, excuse me, about other issues in astronomy. And they had an interesting questions. One of them was, are you rich? And I said, no, I'm not, but I do have a brother named Richard. And the second question was even closer to the subject. Are you married? And one of Wendy's friends said, no, but we sure as heck are working on it. Anyway, once we got serious, of course, I had to introduce Wendy to Clyde. And Clyde just fell in love with Wendy. And at one point he said, you don't have to wait for David to come and visit us. You can come visit anytime you want. Anyway, one of the great stories that I have about Clyde was that one day I had to give a presentation. I was honored to give a presentation at the Unitarian Universalist Church, Clyde and Patsy were founding members of it. And Wendy was sitting right next to Clyde. and she was holding her wrist right next to where Clyde's hand was. And so Clyde kind of was holding on to her wrist for a while. Well, maybe you won't want to come and tell the story then. Well, the story is too good to miss. And so Wendy is now going to come and tell the story, how she, about her hand and Clyde's hand. It's really a pretty delightful story.
We were sitting there just watching David speak. And yes, I was right next to Clyde. And for some reason, I just decided to take his hand. And I reached over and I took his hand, and we were holding hands through the entire speech. And then after the speech was over, a woman came up to Clyde to shake his hand to meet him. And he took his hand out of mine, shook her hand, and then gave me his hand back.
You tell it so much better. Thanks. Anyway, there were other stories. I think one of the best ones was one day Wendy and I went to visit Clyde, and I had my little laptop with the then just released Hubble Space Telescope image of Pluto. And I brought, the computer was being run on its battery at the time, and I brought it over to where Clyde was sitting, and I said, would you like to see what your planet looks like, not just as a star, but as a world? And Clyde looked at it silently. He says, in all these years, I've only seen Pluto looking as a star. This is the first time I've seen it as a world. And he was holding onto the screen and touching the screen. It was a beautiful, beautiful moment that I've never forgotten. And certainly Wendy has never forgotten that. And as we got into his declining years and his worries, and he was so worried as to whether Pluto would be demoted or not. And I'd like to close by talking about the probable demotion of the demotion of Pluto that obviously did happen, and how some people disagreed with it, other people agreed with it. I was one of the disagreeers, and the reason had nothing to do with science, because scientifically, science is self-correcting, and I don't think it was a mistake, however, but science does change things from time to time, and we have to respect that. My reasons are personal. I was his friend. I knew him. I loved him. And I always felt that this was a personal thing with Clyde, his signature discovery, his planet. And I'm going to close finally with a quote from my biography of Clyde. It's from the chapter that ends when Clyde is fired from Lowell Observatory. They gave him all these reasons about funding and everything, but Clyde knew he just wasn't wanted there anymore. And he was very depressed and sad when he was forced to leave Flagstaff and move to the next stage of his life in Las Cruces. And the last paragraph of that chapter reads thus: the telescope Tombaugh was finally about to leave stayed at Lowell, its long career not nearly over. Years later, director Arthur Hoag claimed that with its many projects, the 13-inch had become one of the world's most productive telescopes. If it had consciousness, that telescope might have wondered what would happen to it without the man it had shared a life with. A man who had never quite given up, searching one more pair of plates for hidden treasure. A man who called himself a traveler going over the next hill with an eternal hope. Thank you, and back to you, David.
Thank you so much, David. It's an honor to have you on and to hear these extensive first-person recollections of Clyde that only you had, really, from anyone of our generation, if you will, being astronomy enthusiasts. I knew Clyde, and I got to hang out with Clyde, and most of the time it was because I first knew David Levy, and I was with you, David, most of the time that I ever encountered Clyde and hung out with him. So it's an experience for me that's really bonded with my friendship with David Levy as well. And just to if people don't know, this is David's book. That's the biography of Clyde. That is, I believe it's still in print, David, isn't it? It's called
It
Clyde.
is still in print.
Clyde
Brand
Tom-
S. Yes.
I'm sorry, David.
It's still in print. Brand S has published it.
Yeah. Well, we love Brand S. We have always have had many friends there. It's a wonderful publication. So this is the definitive biography of Clyde Tombaugh, discoverer of the planet Pluto. There's an earlier book as well, if you're really interested in Clyde, Out of the Darkness, the Planet Pluto, which Clyde wrote parts of, and the English astronomy popularizer Patrick Moore wrote some parts of it as well. So it's such an honor to have you here, David, recounting your first person experiences with Clyde, because you knew him in a unique way.
Thanks, David.
Thank you. Clyde, of course, he lived to be 90 years old. We lost him in 1997. As David, you covered very, very well and exhaustively. He loved puns. I remember sitting there with you and Clyde, and you'd be sitting there at a star party with him late at night, and there would be 1 or 2 minutes that would go by and another pun would come, and they were puns you just had. I remember this so vividly, David. You just have to go, oh, Clyde, you know. They were, and one example of a relatively early pun of Clyde's that's in your book, David, was that he recalled no connection at the time that Pluto was named with the Disney character, which was also popular and new at the time. But he said maybe there was a connection because the planet was so doggone hard to find. And this is the kind of thing that Clyde would say, and you just have to say, oh man, that was the only reaction, wasn't it, David, that you could have? So anyway, his story, it's a very American story, the story of Clyde Tombaugh. He was born in Streator, Illinois, between Chicago and Peoria, to a predominantly farm family, predominantly interested in farming. His family, though, emphasized learning. They brought home and gave him a book about Mars when he was in his early stages of high school, and that electrified him. So at age 16 then, the family moved to Burdett, Kansas, which is northeast of Dodge City, and that's where he got going with his astronomy interest in earnest. He built telescopes. The stories of how he built the telescopes he built, what they were like, are almost legendary at this time in the 20s. He made lots of drawings of planets and other things in the sky. He became pretty well known for that and really fixated on that. Ended up sending a lot of those drawings to Lowell Observatory. The director at the time was none other than V.M. Slifer. And he was hired in 1929. And there's a wonderful passage that is reflected on in both of these books about the train ride that he took out to Arizona and just kind of discovering this new world of, stepping off into Flagstaff. It was with this farm kid, going out there to work to realize his dream at this observatory. He took countless plates, of course, with the 13-inch Pluto camera, which we'll see shortly, blinking, I believe it was significantly more than 1 million star images. Pluto was discovered, of course, February 18th, 1930. Well, what do you do after you discover a planet? This is something that we've all talked about off and on for years. Clyde finally made that discovery. It wasn't Planet X that Percival Lowell originally thought was out there, but it was Pluto, a less massive body. But what did Clyde do? He went down into the city of Flagstaff and he went and saw Gary Cooper in the Virginian, so you got to have a little entertainment after discovering a planet. Well, his career spanned many areas, actually, of astronomy. He earned multiple degrees a little later than the norm. He discovered 15 asteroids, a periodic comet, hundreds of variable stars, a nova, deep sky objects too. In the 1950s, he worked at White Sands Missile Range And from 1955 through his retirement, he taught astronomy at New Mexico State, of course. And I had the pleasure of knowing him late in his life. I think some others of you, David, of course, and Alan, I think you knew him too. And
David, could I interrupt for just a second? Yeah, one thing I just wanted to say is that the Disney character actually, I believe, was named partly after the planet because it was introduced just a couple of months after the discovery and named Pluto.
Okay. Okay.
And there was something else, but I wanted to say that was even more important, but I can't remember what it was.
Well,
this is fun.
Jump right in, and of course, the planetary name, followed the typical routine of Roman gods, and also, of course, the initials in this case, which made it doubly nice of Percival Lowell, the first two letters in the name Pluto. So that was some of the nice pastiche that went along with
And Venetia Burney was the one that came up with the name, although Clyde says that they were seriously looking at Pluto at the time.
Yes.
They gave her the credit for it, which was very decent of them to do that.
But you're right, it was an English schoolgirl who suggested the name in a very famous letter written to the astronomers at Lowell. So he was really an incredible guy, and whatever was happening, he would make a big joke out of it, and that was part of what was fun, I think, about hanging around with him. And David, I don't know if you remember this, but I was going to show just one example of something that really kind of typifies how slapstick Clyde could be. We were at the Texas Star Party one of the times we were observing with him, and this was in 1987. It was during the first kind of era of big Dobsonians becoming really popular there. I think maybe we were with David Higgins and his 25-inch scope, perhaps it was. And I had a sketchbook. I was really into drawing deep sky objects at that time, making big drawings of them through these large telescopes because the views are incredible in this dark sky in West Texas. And I couldn't find I wanted to make a sketch of a galaxy and I couldn't find the book. And so, it was lost, and people are wandering around and you hear people's voices. It's dark, but so that was that. And then all of a sudden, after a while, Clyde, who at that point, he was in advancing age. He was hunched over. He was very short, at that time. And he said, I'm sitting on your book, David. on one of these folding like picnic chairs that we had there. We were sitting on. And so he got up and gave it to me, and he had to write. I sat on this book, Clyde W. Tombaugh, 29 May 1987. Of course, David, we were all very silly, of course, enjoying ourselves under the stars. So David wrote, it was my chair, David H. Levy, underneath. And I wrote, it's my book, Dave Eicher. And so there is that kind of silly artifact of the past.
Oh yeah.
That kind of shows you what hanging out with Clyde was like. You never knew what kind of fun was going to come kind of around the corner.
But I love the bottom signature, and it's my book. It's my book.
Well, I had to write something, and so mostly it had, stuff like, the Whirlpool Galaxy and stuff. But so there's a Clyde Tombaugh memento from the past that kind of shows it was a fun, silly night hanging out with Clyde, wasn't it, David?
Yeah, it was. It really was special. My best memory with David is the night that before an astronomy was to take place. And David and I stayed up all night so that we were able to see a very special event at dawn. It was the blowing up of an expressway right outside the door of Astronomy magazine. And we saw that together, and I'll never forget that.
This was in 1984. There was an astronomical league, in fact, convention in Waukesha, near where I live now. And there was an elevated freeway in Milwaukee that was old. In fact, it was the one that was used to film chase sequences in the movie The Blues Brothers, of all things, believe it or not. And so they dynamited this thing to drop it. And it was, a couple of 100 yards away from the Astro office at that time. And we were there and we were excited. And this, this artist, who worked for the magazine shot right down on her bike close to the, as the thing where they were counting down 30 seconds. She survived, to the explosion. But it cracked a bunch of the windows on the front of Astronomy's offices, that blast. So the joke was that actually it was there had been a package sent by Sky and Telescope, silly jokes, but anyway, it is a great honor to be here with you guys, old friends, and also with the staff of Astronomy. I wanted to talk for just a moment about Astronomy magazine because we have the whole staff here before I hand it over to the next event, which will be very exciting. But it's been quite a time. I'm getting a little bit toward the end of the road here. I've been at Astronomy magazine for 38 years, and it was when I joined the magazine, I was the youngest assistant editor, the green kid from Ohio. I'd started this little magazine that David and others wrote for called Deep Sky and brought it with me, and have been there ever since. And it's been a long, fun ride of all sorts of experiences in astronomy. And now there's this very talented and largely younger staff who I work with who are fantastic. And you'll meet them tonight one by one. And I'm very proud of them and what they're doing. The magazine, since before I joined it, which was in September 1982, when I was straight from Ohio and Miami University, it had become, in the age of Voyager, the reporting on the Voyager missions, the largest magazine about the subject that there is. And still to this day, it is. So we have a lot of fun with this magazine, this brand. We're doing lots of things. I'll talk just for a couple minutes about it before I pass things on. We have about 100,000 print subscribers still, which is more than twice the size of our competition, whom we love as well. But we have explosive growth. One of the things that this last year has done has really seen a renaissance because we're all forced to be locked down at home and bored out of our minds. And after 3.5 months, there was nothing really left on Netflix. So a lot of people have run out and rediscovered observing the sky this year. And we've seen an explosion of interest. And I'm talking about particularly visitors to our website and social media followers and so on. So we have well over 1.5 million unique people coming to the astronomy.com website, in addition to the print magazine each month, and also more than 1.5 million social media followers. So we really represent the largest group of astronomy enthusiasts in the world. And they are scattered around the world, which is exciting because, as you guys know, this is a golden age for astronomy and planetary science, as we'll hear shortly from Alan. There's more news going on now, more research, more discoveries, more exciting things than ever before. Fortunately, we've had some interesting things going on in the sky as well. We had a nice comet this last year. We had a couple of nice planetary conjunctions, but for a long time, this has been a golden age of astronomical discovery. And we're very lucky to be alive and reporting and talking and enthusing over all the things that we've learned in just the last 5 or 10 or 20 years about big questions that weren't known. We didn't know much of anything, you could argue, about Pluto until Dr. Stern's spacecraft showed us a very close-up view, and we'll talk in a moment, opened up all sorts of amazing facts and properties of the Pluto system that we now understand. So we're excited to have the magazine here and be bringing you lots of big things with it in the future. It's still the largest, most read by far publication on the subject in the world, and we have a lot of pride and a lot of fun doing it. It's a fun job. And I hope none of our editors here tonight contradict me, but we try to have a lot of fun with it. And there's a lot to do, of course, because in the olden times, back when I was young, you had the magazine, Now you've got the magazine and a website and social media things to post, and we're doing products. We have a product store, myscienceshop.com, and we're cranking out science products. So we're busy, but it's a lot of fun and we enjoy it. and we hope that you're readers and that we'll see you in the pages of the magazine. And we're lucky to have such great writers, including David and Alan and others who have contributed to the pages of the magazine over the past years. So with that, I will, if I can, introduce Alan. Are you ready?
I'm ready if you are, Dave.
Alan Stern is another old friend of mine. I haven't known Alan quite as long as I've known David, but for 25 years at least, I think it is, Alan, I've known you. And Alan, as most people know, is one of the great driving forces in planetary science. Not only is he the PI for the New Horizons mission, did he take us to the first close-up analysis and view of the last major unexplored world in our solar system, but it has gone beyond Pluto, of course. We'll talk about that as well, and conducted some of the most distant astronomical and physics experiments in human history. So that's very, very exciting. And we're honored to have Alan Stern not only writing for our magazine, but here as a guest tonight with us. Thank you, Alan, for joining us.
That's an honor. Thank you, David.
Can you hear me okay,
especially
Alan?
on this night. I can. Can you hear me?
I can indeed. Yeah, I think there was a little glitch for a moment there, but I think we're good now. Alan, we're going to do a Q&A about you and your science career and New Horizons and Pluto and Clyde. And I think we have about 20 minutes or maybe a little bit more. So I'm going to start right off, if I can, and ask you, what interested you in astronomy originally as a youngster?
Well, I was interested very early as a little boy in everything about space and space exploration. And my parents supported that. They bought me lots of books on astronomy. They bought me a telescope from Sears, and I never could get enough. I would go to the library and read every book in the kids section, and then I would find all the grown-up books on astronomy that were there and read every one of them, and then all the books on space and space exploration. And I don't know if I was in the groove or stuck in a rut, but it was all I was ever interested in.
Can you talk a little bit about how the New Horizons mission, which is so exciting for many people, how did it really come about?
Well, that's a long story. And I spent about 100 weekends writing this book with David Grinspoon, Chasing New Horizons, and the first half of it is that very long story that began in the late 1980s, and I was there as a graduate student, and the Voyager mission was just finishing up its last exploration of a planet at Neptune in 1989. And as that was coming to be, oh, what a shame that Voyager isn't going to Pluto. It's here. And of course, Voyager's trajectory didn't allow it to do that at that point. I kept to announce that, with happening, they were going to mount a mission to Pluto. And at the time, I had written several research papers about Pluto's atmosphere, and was very interested in some of the other in the community, people like Mark Bowie and Rick Binzel and others, Fran Bagenau. And we finally decided that we would band together, form a little group, and go ask NASA why they don't have a mission to Pluto. And I got elected to do that. And I went to Washington, D.C., and went to the head of planetary exploration. His name was Jeff Briggs, and had a meeting with him. And I asked him, I said, why don't we have a mission to Pluto? And he said, no one's ever had that question before. We should look at how to do that. And he funded a study at JPL of how to mount a mission to Pluto. Unfortunately, that study didn't go anywhere, and there were various attempts. It took a long time. All through the 90s, there was, a whole series of different Pluto missions that never happened, never got off the drawing board. And I was project scientist or head of the study group or whatever. It's about the 6 or 7 Pluto anymore. We've been trying and trying and trying, and it always costs too much, and we're not going to do it. And there was a huge public uproar, and also in the community, because there have been a lot of advisory committees that had talked about how pivotal the science was, particularly since the discovery of the Kuiper Belt had showed that this was a whole new class of planet. Pluto was the icon for these new ice dwarfs. And NASA reversed itself, took about days, and back tried a different way that they would open it up to competition, which is really the modern way that missions are created now through the Discovery Program and New Frontiers, that they would have a competition. It would start in a month, and team would have a full lead one of the teams that didn't even have it back then. It's just the Pluto Kuiper Belt mission team at the Johns Hopkins Applied Physics Lab. And we formed a very strong team, lots of the most important players in this kind of science, the best instrumentation. And in the end, a year later, we won. We were selected. By then it had a name, New Horizons. And then there's a long story of how we got it built and flown across the solar system. But that's probably too much for you tonight.
That's terrific. Let me cut to the chase with a big one here.
If I could mention one little thing here.
Yes.
One of the things that I think maybe you even noticed, Alan, was that there was the U.S. Postal Service put out a bunch of stamps after the Voyager mission was completed to Neptune. And they had a stamp for every planet. And the one for Pluto had 3 words on it: not yet explored. And I think it was really a real challenge to get rid of those 3 words, which, thanks to New Horizons, you did.
We did. And in fact, a lot of people here may not know that once we had the spacecraft built and down in Florida to put it on the launch vehicle and go fly it, we actually put one of those not yet explored stamps on the spacecraft, and just as a kind of in-your-face thing, and flew it to Pluto.
That's awesome.
Along with some of Clyde's ashes, by the way.
That's terrific. Yeah, and of course, Clyde accompanies it. Yes, indeed. Alan, let me cut to the chase, if I can, the question that everyone wants to ask you. Should Pluto be considered a planet?
That's an easy one. Yes, and we could talk about why if you want. I will point out that Kevin Schindler, who's on this, is putting together a Pluto conference next week, and I'm going to talk about that for an hour. In fact, I'm going to use many of the same slides that I used about a year and a half ago when I debated the president of the IAU and defeated him in a debate about that science.
Rest assured that there are multiple reasons, though, of logic, though. And
I mean, we can talk about that. I think.
Well, and we don't have to get into it all now. And I would certainly want to drive people to the I Heart Pluto Festival as well, which is going to happen and is going to be a big, big deal. And one of your talk is going to be one of the major talks there, Alan, of course.
Well, I'm looking forward to it.
Yes. So they should certainly check I Heart Pluto Festival, which involves many people and is going to be a big, big deal.
David, I would like to ask Alan a question. Okay.
Go ahead, please.
I know, it should be noted that the remains of Clyde Tombaugh are on the New Horizons spacecraft. And I was kind of wondering what the backstory of that whole process was.
Can I share something on my screen?
Sure.
Yes.
Right here. You should be able to see this. There are 9 mementos that we sent to the 9th planet. And one of them were some of Clyde's ashes. Here you see them mounted. And here's the inscription for anybody that wants to read it. Interned herein are the remains of American Clyde W. Tombaugh, discoverer of Pluto in the solar system's third zone, Adele and Neuron's boy, Patricia's husband, Annette and Alden's father, astronomer, teacher, punster, and friend, and his dates. Back in the 90s, when we were working on mission studies about how to go to Pluto, I got invited to New Mexico State University, where Clyde was a teacher, and was asked to give a seminar on the Kuiper Belt, which I did. And he mentioned that if we ever got a mission to Pluto, that he would like to see his ashes flown there.
Oh,
And
wow.
when we finally were close to launching it, I called Patsy up and asked her if they had made any arrangements for that. And she said she'd always hoped that I would call. And then she sent me a little tray with some of his remains, the ashes, which I took with me on a trip out to the Applied Physics Lab where the spacecraft was being built. And they had built this container to put it in with this inscription that I had written. And then we flew it to Pluto. And he is now on his way out of the solar system on a hyperbolic trajectory to the stars.
That's awesome.
Thank you for letting me share that.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Fantastic. Can you talk, Alan, a little bit about what your relationship with Clyde was like?
Well, Clyde was, my grandparents' age. I met him like you did, late in his career. Right after I went into the space business, I got involved with a group that was flying rockets from White Sands to do suborbital research missions. And since I was in Las Cruces, I knew Clyde Tombaugh lived there. And through Rita Beebe, another planetary astronomer at the University of New Mexico State, where Clyde was a professor, I made a habit of having lunch with him every time I went down there on one of these rocket expeditions. So half a dozen times, he and Rita and myself, and sometimes one or two other people, would have lunch. And then I gave a couple of seminars. I went to his office a few times, but he was in his late 80s by then. And I remember when I gave that seminar about the Kuiper Belt, there are two things I'd like to tell you about that. The first was, it was only about a year before he passed away, and he was in declining health. He was pretty bent over, as you described. He had to have supplemental oxygen, so he wore a nasal cannula. He sat in a wheelchair with an oxygen bottle. But he asked more questions in that seminar than any other member of the astronomy department.
Mm.
Take that oxygen off, and he would ask a question and put it back on, and then he asked another question and another question. He was spot on. I mean, he was sharp as a tack. And he went with us to the dinner that evening. So Norm would take the seminar speaker out. And he told me a really interesting story that I want to tell tonight. I'll make it very brief. He once had a meeting with Gerard Kuiper at a conference, and this was in the 1950s. And Kuiper told him that he literally said, what you didn't discover was as important as what you did discover. And Clyde said that in the 50s, he took that to mean the massive Planet X that they were looking for. But he realized much later in the 90s, once the Kuiper Belt was discovered, that there was a second meaning to that sentence, that he had not discovered all the other Kuiper Belt objects that were out there. But it was out there. And of course, the Kuiper Belt was Kuiper's idea. Several other people had the idea as well, like Kenneth Edgeworth, but Kuiper's got his name on it. And I just always found that to be a fascinating story right from Tombaugh's lips.
Amazing. Yeah. Alan, New Horizons discovered an incredible system of worlds at Pluto and a lot about them, and not just Pluto and Charon, but also an origins story as well, and a lot of exciting things that no one would have guessed about Pluto and Charon as well. What were some of the most exciting things for you that the mission uncovered?
Well, just sticking to the Pluto flyby and not the flyby at the KBO Aircraft, I think we were all blown away by how complicated that little planet is. And it really broke the mold, because usually as we look across the spectrum of bodies in the solar system, smaller objects are usually less complicated than bigger objects. And Pluto showed us that a planet much smaller than the Earth could be every bit as complex as the Earth or Mars. And then it also surprised us how active Pluto is. Just as one example, I think everybody knows the heart on Pluto. In fact, I'm gonna share my screen again, and I have an image to show you. Here's Pluto. Everybody recognizes it. That's in true color. Next to it is the map we made. Mark Bowie led this paper with data from the Hubble program that I was PI of Pluto from the Hubble Space Telescope. This is the same part of Pluto, and you could see we couldn't resolve the heart, but we could see there was something big there. And we targeted New Horizons to fly right over it. And it's a giant nitrogen glacier. And when I say giant, I mean it's 1 million square kilometers in this convecting glacier, which is totally active. It has no craters on its surface because it's so active. It erodes craters. It very much like the Earth, erases those craters. And we know that this feature, which is about the size of Texas and Oklahoma combined, is turning itself over every few 100,000 years. And we don't even know what makes that happen. I mean, we understand the physics of the convection, but we don't know the ultimate energy source. There's a debate about that. But somehow this little world that should have cooled off over 4 billion years is one of the most active bodies in the solar system, and on a massive, massive scale. And that activity, along with the level of geologic complexity, I would put those as the two top discoveries at Pluto.
What are your feelings about the possibility of microbial life existing in the Pluto system?
Well, you know, that's a science fiction type of question. In fact, you wouldn't have asked me that question before the Pluto flyby.
No, absolutely not.
But now we know that Pluto's got very likely, it has a interior ocean of water, liquid water, very much like Europa or Enceladus. And so now that's a good question. Even more interesting, Dale Cruikshank, who's on our scientific team, he's a NASA planetary scientist and quite outstanding career in planetary science, has actually discovered places on Pluto where water erupted onto the surface. And every one of those places that he's found at these large fissures or tectonic features on the surface, the water ice is associated with some sort of a red organic material. It indicates down in that ocean there are organics, which further strengthens the case for the potential for biology. In fact, that paper made the cover of Astrobiology magazine when Dale published it a couple of years ago. So I won't live to see it, but someday we'll have a lander following an orbiter that'll find the landing sites. And someday there'll be the technology to go down in that ocean and have a look. And I wouldn't be surprised if we find life. I wouldn't be surprised if we don't. But just the fact that it's a serious question blows my mind.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. David, you have a question for Alan. Except we can't hear you, David.
Can you hear me now better? I've turned on the translator. It's not so much a question as it is more of a comment. It had to do with not the idea so much that there would be life on Pluto or underneath the surface of Pluto and Tombaugh Planitia down there, but about the that often considered question of the status of the planet. I felt so strongly about the way you did about Pluto not losing its status as a planet, and with great anger towards the International Astronomical Union until 2016. And that day we passed at the end of April, April 26, 2016, the 400th anniversary of the death of William Shakespeare. Did CNN cover it? I think they might have, down at the bottom of something. Nobody else did. It was completely ignored by most of the news outlets, except one. The International Astronomical Union came out with a bulletin simply listing all of the Shakespeare characters that were commemorated in the night sky with asteroids, moons of planets, or anything like that. And someone sent me that bulletin and I read it. I was overwhelmed by it. And I wrote to the author of it to say that, and I even said to him that I'm no longer unhappy about what you did with Pluto, even though I disagreed with it. You really recovered yourself brilliantly with what you did with Shakespeare. And he wrote back a very interesting thing. And he said, quite honestly, David, I think we did the right thing with Pluto, but we did it in the wrong way. We did not have sufficient discussion ahead of time. We handled it very poorly. And so we did the right thing, but in the wrong way. So I'm glad what they did with Shakespeare. And I hope they'll do the same thing with Pluto someday.
Well, I have to say that it's rare, but I disagree with you on this. And I'm just going to make one remark about this. My colleague at the University of Central Florida, planetary scientist Phil Metzger, has actually done a massive literature search looking at papers in planetary science since 2006, when the IAU made this ill-advised move. And at that time, I said that the IAU stands for the Irrelevant Astronomical Union. And Phil has proved me correct. It turns out that if you search the entire literature of planetary science, there are no papers, no research papers that actually use the IAU definition. And there are thousands of papers that actually use the geophysical planet definition. So they are truly irrelevant in this because the planetary science community just voted with its feet. No one buys that because it's not really a good and workable prescription for how to decide which objects are planets. And across the spectrum of all the journals in planetary science, no one is using it. They are irrelevant in this respect.
Well, thanks, Alan. And I do agree with you. I'm firmly in your camp on that. And I just wanted to make sure that you knew that.
You're here. I will mention something from the chat. This person chatting says, Alan Stern, when I was in elementary school in the early 80s, we were told in our lifetimes Pluto would not be explored. Thank you for proving several of them wrong. And I think from all of us that are here tonight, all of us watching, we owe the New Horizons team a huge debt of thanks. And thank you for leading them, Alan.
Well, thank you for mentioning that. 2,500 people worked on that project, and I get too much credit for it. They worked themselves night and day for 5 years to build that spacecraft and get it launched and then fly it across the solar system. It took another decade, and I appreciate you recognizing the whole team.
Awesome.
You deserve that credit. But David, one of the articles I used to write for Astronomy magazine, and one of the articles was about a new definition of planet and whether Pluto should be involved. And I used the most important people I could find, and that was a elementary school science class in Montreal, Canada. And we had a discussion about Pluto and the name and the history and the debate. We ended it with a vote, and it was like 90% in favor of returning Pluto to planetary status. And I wrote that in Astronomy magazine, complete with a photograph of the school where I talked that day.
Excellent. And just for the record, I wrote a book chapter, which Alan was kind enough to look at, and I solidly agree with Dr. Stern as well. And again, there'll be much more discussion of the details of the logic of this at the I Heart Pluto Festival, which is coming up in a number of days in Flagstaff. So look forward to that again. Alan, you mentioned the post-Pluto activities of the spacecraft. Those were really incredible as well. The Arrokoth flyby, the parallax experiment with Proxima Centauri and Wolf 359. I wonder if you could talk a little bit for those who may not know the details. Those were phenomenal and unprecedented things that the spacecraft did as well.
Well, thanks. Yeah. When we were competing to win this mission, NASA's call for proposals actually required that all of the competing teams design a spacecraft capable of going beyond Pluto and exploring in the Kuiper Belt. So we built in the fuel, the power, the communications capability, the capability for all the instruments to work much farther out in even fainter sunlight, etc. And as soon as we finished getting the Pluto data to the ground, we started milking that spacecraft as an observatory in the Kuiper Belt on its way to Arecibo. And now since the Arecibo flyby, now 2 years ago, as we look for another target. And we have observed now dozens of other Kuiper Belt objects. We have made discoveries about the sun's heliosphere. We have made a big astronomical discovery by accident, just by studying images that were made for other reasons, actually to study Kuiper Belt objects. We've actually been able to set a new and tighter limit on the cosmic optical background. That's a paper by Todd Lowell that just appeared in the last few weeks in the literature, and which suggests that the universe might have considerably fewer faint galaxies at large distances, or there may be other explanations. We have enough fuel and power and communications range, etc., to continue to use New Horizons as it flies farther for at least another 15 years. We have to propose every 3 years to NASA for funding. We're going to do that again next year for the years 2023 to 2025. Hopefully we'll find a flyby target, but we don't have that much fuel to get to one, so it's a very dicey proposition. But we're looking with the largest telescopes on the Earth, and we have lots of other science to do because we're the only spacecraft that's ever been in the Kuiper Belt and knew it was there. The Voyager sailed right through it before the Kuiper Belt was known, so we were unaware. And then there's no other spacecraft yet that's coming that way. So we really have an opportunity to do some things that will be very long lasting for planetary science. And we're using the spacecraft to its maximum extent. In fact, this summer, we're going to be putting up new flight software that, just like the Mars rovers get reinvented by putting new flight software up, we are too. It'll give us new capabilities for the exploration of the Kuiper Belt.
Awesome.
Alan, can you talk a little bit about the future possibility of a Pluto orbiter mission?
Well, I can. It's certainly feasible. It's the right next step for the exploration of Pluto. It will be a much more expensive mission than New Horizons because it's first got to, as an orbiter, have a lot of capability that you just don't need on a flyby spacecraft. And in particular, it's got to have the ability to come to a stop. So we went screaming across the solar system, the fastest spacecraft ever launched. It took Voyager 12 years to get to Neptune. New Horizons got to Pluto in 9.5 years, and even greater distance. But for an orbiter, with today's technology, it will take something like 20 years to reach Pluto because you've got to spend half the flight braking. So you fly quickly across the solar system, it means you have to take a lot of speed out. I led the first big study of how to do that. There was a second study last year funded by NASA that Dr. Carly Howitt at my group at Southwest Research Institute led with scientists from all around the country. And we showed it was feasible, but it will take a long time with current technology. They made the case to the decadal survey that's going on right now that should be one of the top contenders for the next generation of flagship scale missions. It's got a lot of competition, and there are scientists, plenty of scientists who think that there are more important missions to do, such as a Neptune orbiter, or such as missions in the closer part of the solar system. And I'm not on the decadal, so I can't tell you how that's going to come out. But I suspect that there will be a Pluto orbiter, if not in this cycle, in some future cycle. And the planet is as rich as Mars, where we sent dozens of missions. It certainly deserves another visit and a deeper look.
Mm. One last question, Alan, if I could. What's in the future for Alan Stern?
Well, I'm excited about New Horizons and what we're going to be doing over the next 15 years. And I'm on a couple of very exciting missions that are getting ready for launch. One of them is called Lucy. It's the first mission to the Trojan asteroids that orbit with Jupiter, a mission into the origin of our solar system led by Dr. Hal Levison, also here with me at Southwest Research Institute. And it's launching this October, and will explore at least 6 Jovian Trojans along its route of flight. I'm also on the Europa Clipper mission, which is going to launch in the mid-20s and arrive in 2030 to explore that ocean world. And then I've got an active program of research, and some of it is involving these new generation suborbital vehicles. And I was selected last year to fly on a Virgin Galactic space mission funded by NASA to look at how well those vehicles can be pressed into the service of astronomy. So I'm going to be taking an instrument that I flew as principal investigator. I didn't go with it. It flew on 2 space shuttle missions. And now I'm going to be taking it on Spaceship 2, the Virgin Galactic suborbital vehicle, to try to see how well that vehicle can do astronomy. If it works, then we have a whole new tool in our toolkit to add to sounding rockets and orbital missions and missions to the planets. And that's pressing these tourist vehicles into the service of science. And I'm really looking forward to that. I hope the flight stays on track. It should be late next year.
Fantastic, Alan. Thank you again so much for joining us tonight. And I look forward to seeing you soon again at the iHeart Pluto Festival.
Great. Thanks again for having me.
Thanks, Alan. Take care.
Alan.
Talk soon. And Scott, I think I'm going to throw it back to you. We're going to take a very short break now, I believe.
Yeah, let's take a little break, and we'll come back. We have a special recognition and a little celebration from our friends in Brazil when we come back.
Thank you.
Great. So David, so you know, I'm going to duck out and get some dinner.
Thanks so much, Alan. Great to see you. And I hope with all the things you're doing, you'll still have time to write the odd story for Astronomy Magazine.
Oh, you know I love doing it.
Yeah.
Thanks for accepting my proposal.
Thank you.
Thanks, Alan. And I'll see you in a week or two via Flagstaff.
Well, that'd be great. And hopefully see you there at some point in person.
Indeed. Yeah, maybe late this year, huh?
Yeah, hope so.
Thanks so much, Alan.
Good to see you, Alan.
See you, Kevin.
See you next week.
Next week on Saturday, right?
Yep.
Yeah, got my talk ready.
Scott, I've got M42 whenever you're ready for me to hop in. If you're still actually sitting at your desk and didn't get up, that's cool. Hey, Scott.
Hey, Molly, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Good, good. Oh, you got Ryan there, huh?
Yes. Yeah. In H alpha whenever you want me to show it.
Sure.
And then I figure if you guys want me to, I have the monochrome camera on, but I can go over to Mars or Uranus.
You have here our team, a team of the Lowell Astronomy Club. We are here to celebrate 115 years of the birth of Clyde Tombaugh. Anthony?
Hi, my name is Anthony. I am part of the Astronomy Club on campus, and I'm here for congratulation Tombaugh for his for for his contribution for astronomy.
Tamir?
Hi, I'm Tamir. I'm in the Astronomy Club, Lowell Cruise. I'm here for congratulations for everything. Thank you very much.
Robson?
Hi, my name is Robson. I'm a member of Lowell School Astronomy Club and very happy to make a celebration for his anniversary.
Okay. And now we are going to show a picture and we are going to make together here. We are going to celebrate his birthday. Okay. Let's go. Parabéns pra você nessa data querida.
Felicidade, muitos
Our greetings for this celebration. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, that was enjoyable. That was the Louis Krull's Astronomy Club, headed up by Marcello Souza. He's a cosmologist down in Campos de Casa and in Brazil. So they wanted to reach out and say a happy birthday to Clyde Tombaugh and to help us celebrate this amazing day of celebration about Pluto, the discovery of Pluto, the ongoing research, and of course, Clyde Tombaugh. So I'm going to turn this back over to you, David. First off, I'm just still buzzing over what's happened so far in this presentation. So we've gotten to know Clyde better through firsthand accounts. We got to learn about his humor, his family life, what he felt was important, his dreams and aspirations. The hard work he did to find Pluto, he threw his whole life into science and inspiring others like Alan Stern and David Levy and Dave Eicher to go on and do what they did. So, I had just a brief moment to meet him and had him sign my star chart, which was so cool. But at this point, I think, David, you're bringing together your editors, and we have, let me make sure that I have this down correctly. Do we
Scott,
have the...
I think we go to Carol next for door prizes.
Oh, that's right. Okay. Well, let's do that. So Carol Orge is the president of the Astronomical League, and the Astronomical League is the official sponsor of the door prizes of the Global Star Party. And they start off by answering the questions or giving us the answers for the last Global Star Party's questions. And then they will ask, and they'll announce the winners, of course, but they will then ask the new questions. And one of the prizes that we're going to give away would be a Pluto globe from Astronomy magazine. So I'm real excited about that, but we have lots of really cool prizes. And Carol, are you ready to roll?
I am. Thank you, Scott, for what an great program we've had so far. I thought I knew a lot about Clyde Tombaugh, but I have learned so much tonight.
Yes.
You know, just a little sidelight here. Clyde visited our local observatory in Kansas City, Powell Observatory, maybe 25 years ago. And so we've got a picture of his on the wall. And I think our observatory is just barely in the state of Kansas. Of course, Burdett, he spent some time there. And even though it's a wide spot in the road, our visitors to the observatory, when we're doing in-person programs, everybody knows about Burdett, Kansas, but we pound that home every time when they come down. And it's about 99.9% per the vote of our attendees that say, yes, Pluto is still a planet. So let's go to our questions of the night.
Okay, now when Carol asked the new questions for the door prizes that will be given away from this Global Star Party, you will email those answers into explorealliance@explorescientific.com, and you will not answer them in live chat. Okay, so that's the deal.
Scott, are you putting that address also in the chat so they can see?
I am. I sure am.
Wonderful.
Yep.
And here is our warning that we always like to present on slide number 1, just to tell everyone, just in case you would win a eyepiece or something similar that's going to be looking at the sun. We want to make sure that you don't look at it without the proper safety measures. And so from the last Star Party, Vice President Chuck Allen, these were his questions. The first one was, the IAU recognizes 5 dwarf planets. How many total moons do the 5 dwarf planets have? The answer is 9. Pluto has 5, Eris has the 1, and the other 3 have, well, the last one there, Ceres, has none. And the winner is Mateo Castro.
All right.
Then the second one, the 88 constellations represent humans, land animals, aquatic animals, flying animals, and inanimate objects. Which category is represented by the largest number of constellations? And the answer is it's 28. It's the inanimate objects, and that's there's the background, the breakdown on each category. And the winner is Tal Achatuv, I believe. Hopefully I'm pronouncing that correctly. And then the third one from last Star Party. Who was the astronomer and steady state theorist who, in a 1950 radio program, derisively referred to the explosive origin theory of the universe as the Big Bang, a name that stuck? The answer is Fred Hoyle. And the winner is Angela Miller. Congratulations, Angela. And now we go to this week's questions. The first one, how do we know black holes exist when no light can ever leave them? I'll repeat that just in case anyone's having a little trouble reading the screen. How do we know black holes exist when no light can ever leave them? And remember to send that to the address Scott just gave you. It should be in the chat by now.
I just reposted it.
Wonderful, thank you. Number 2, when the shape of the moon is like the letter D, why is the half of the moon's disk dark? I'll repeat that. When the shape of the moon is like the letter D, why is the half of the moon's disk dark? And our final question, who discovered the law of universal gravitation? Who discovered the law of universal gravitation? So make sure you send your answers in, and the first person who gets the answer correctly will get a special prize. So thank you so much. And Scott, now back to you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Carol. And thank you to the Astronomical League for doing all of this and for being on all of our global star parties. So it's really great.
We thoroughly enjoy it. Thank you so much, Scott.
It's awesome. I'm going to turn this back over to David Eicher, we've got another great lineup of speakers here.
Thanks, Scott. And we have an incredible treat and unique opportunity here because we have another pal of ours, Kevin Schindler, standing by. I've been blessed in recent years to become closer with the folks at Lowell Observatory. It was when I was a young editor and went out and worked at Lowell, quote unquote, to do a story in the middle 1980s, hanging out with Brian Skiff, that I really fell in love with Lowell Observatory. And it's really a unique, amazing place. There's no other observatory with the kind of history and heritage and current active science with a 4-meter telescope going on all in this package. So I like to call it America's Observatory. Kevin Schindler, my great friend, is historian at Lowell Observatory. So he knows better than anyone the stories, the tales, the history, the heritage from Percival Lowell on up through the Slifers, the Clyde Tombaugh years, and right on up to the present. And Kevin, you're standing by in the dome of the 13-inch astrograph or camera or telescope, whatever you like to call it, with which Clyde discovered Pluto. Very exciting time here.
Yes.
It is, and I get chills standing here, and it's not because it's now like 29 degrees. Because, this discussion we've had tonight with the Davids talking about Clyde Tombaugh and Alan Stern talking about taking us out to the far edges of the solar system, exploring Pluto up close. It all started right where I'm standing. And it just, I've been working here for 26 years or so, and I still, every time I come up here, I still take pictures of the telescope. And I come up here a lot because it's so special. And I think we all feel like we're stewards here, that we're caring for this for not only current but future generations. And it's fun to be able to share it. So, I won't say, you guys are all sitting in your offices. I get to stand next to this, but it's pretty cool.
That's pretty cool.
And I also think, standing here, I really think of all the connections. Of course, we're talking about Clyde tonight, but, when I look over this building I'm in, I'm on a second story, and it's about 20 feet in diameter. And the telescope or the camera, the astrograph, it's not that big. It's like 14 by 17-inch glass plates. The telescope, too, is only 7 or 8 feet long. It's not a big building in here. But if I look over this side of the room, I see a little plaque that talks about a time capsule. And this time capsule was put in a couple of years ago, and it was an effort led by Alan Stern to gather Pluto-related stuff, pictures and artifacts and photographs and other stuff to be opened when the first orbiter goes by Pluto. And so, that's over there. And so, the ties with you, Dave Eicher and Alan, who are both on our advisory board here at Lowell. And then I think back of when I first started working here, I'm just, trying to figure out how to walk straight and not run into buildings because it's so cool. And one of my first days here, I came up into this dome and there's a film crew talking to somebody. And so I just waited because I was doing some studying, learning the tour. And when it was over, an older gentleman came over and introduced himself and he said, hi, I'm Gene Shoemaker. It's nice to meet you. And I'm just blown away. And of course, David Levy wrote a biography about Gene Shoemaker. So, it's just, the place has an aura. It has a feeling to it. And to be able to, talk tonight from here is really special. And, I think, this is Clyde's birthday. We go back to 1930, He's 24 years old. I'm standing right where he was, and he probably observed that night because he observed every clear night. And you just wonder what was going through his mind. This is his first birthday, at Lowell Observatory. He's 24 years old. He's got this dream job of working in an observatory. And yet, little does he know, in 2 weeks, or not even 2 weeks, I guess a couple weeks, he's gonna discover a planet. And, I mean, it's mind blowing. He's 24 years old. He just turned 24 years old, and it just kind of blows your mind of all this stuff we're talking about tonight, and how this discovery of Pluto really redefined the solar system and our understanding of it, of the size and breadth of it and composition of it. It started right where I'm standing here. And right where you're all standing or sitting right now, as it were. So it's a pretty neat thing to be able to share it. So the telescope here, or astrograph, an astrograph is a type of telescope you use to take pictures, essentially. And there's no eyepiece on here. This is the telescope. It's got a triplet lens system that's in the far end. And so this is a plate holder. The observatory, starting in 1905, our founder, Principal Lowell, thought there was a planet out there. And off and on through the next 11 years, he searched for this planet. He did it both mathematically, trying to calculate the location of this theoretical planet. He was believed there based on irregular movements of Uranus and Neptune. And he also did it observation, looking through different types of telescopes, different sizes, taking pictures. He passed away in 1916, and with that went the search for what he called Planet X. But a decade later, the new leadership of the observatory said, Uncle Percy was onto something. Let's recommence that search and see if we can find that planet he thought was out there. And Dave, as you mentioned earlier, this kicked off this project. They had this telescope built specifically to take wide angle pictures of the sky so they could survey the sky. Mm-hmm. And, I just love the American story, the small kid making it big and all, because like you said, Clyde Tombaugh was living on a farm, Kansas at night. What do? He looked at the sky and he built his own telescopes, and he got pretty good at drawing what he was seeing. And so he decided to send these drawings, to professionals to see what they thought. And Lowell Observatory decided to send him here because he had read about Percival Lowell. He was inspired about his ideas about life on Mars. And the observatory was known as a planetary observatory. And so he sent him here at the same time that our director, VM Slifer, happened to be looking for somebody to help with this search project. If it happened to have been a year before, or probably even a year after, that opening wouldn't have been there. It just happened to be, and it's great to look back at the records and see how VM Slifer had been writing colleagues around the country, wondering if anybody had a little bit of money or knew of anybody who could help out with the search project, because the staff of Lowell was only 3 full-time astronomers. VM was now the director and doing a lot of administrative things. His brother was in the state legislature down in Phoenix. And then Carl Lamplin was not a planetary guy very much. And so who's going to actually do the work? Who's going to come in here every night to take pictures and then analyze those pictures on the Blink comparator machine? He gets this letter and he looks at these great drawings. Oh my gosh, this is the answer to what we've been looking for. The timing is just exquisite. And so, like you said, Dave, Clyde, gets on the train in Kansas. And I love the story from his book where he talks about the fatherly advice that his dad gave him. This, Clyde is leaving home and he's going to go make it in the world. And he told Miron, his dad, said, Clyde, make yourself useful and beware of easy women. And near as we can tell, he was pretty successful all around. You know, he came out here, he learned and really mastered how to use this instrument. There's a lot of stops and starts with it, but he mastered it. And within a year, he discovered this planet. And, you know, the unlikelihood of it, you know, it keeps building because, you know, they were looking in the sky where Percival Lowell had thought a planet should be. Pluto is really close to where he thought it should be. And yet, as you said, Pluto is much smaller than Lowell predicted. They're looking for this massive planet, which now today we know the reason Lowell was looking for that planet, the reason it actually doesn't exist, because we didn't have a good idea of how big the other planets were. They didn't find this big planet, they found this small one, right where Lowell thought it should be, but it's not what he was looking for. They, you know, that Planet X is a ghost. They happen to find Pluto, and it's remarkable, you know, the timing of Pluto being where it was in its orbit. You know, if it was further out, it would have been a lot smaller. Apparently a lot smaller, you might not have seen it. So it's, you know, it's a real needle in the haystack story. And when you think about what these pictures, this is a copy of one of the Pluto plates. You can't see anything, but there's about 250,000 dots on this. And this 14 by 17 inch glass plate went in here. This represents an area of the sky by 15 degrees, about the size of your fist at arm's length. So imagine at nighttime he comes in here and he's got this thing loaded in the plate holder. He has to load it in the dark because this is just like a big piece of film, essentially. He loads this thing in here, opens the telescope, looks at a particular area of the sky, does an exposure for an hour, and he's got to be tracking the whole time. So he's got to be looking through this guide eyepiece, making sure the telescope is tracking accurately. If you don't pay attention, you're going to get a blurry image. You have to keep tweaking it a little bit. That's the easy part. Once he does that, he goes in the darkroom and develops this, comes back several nights later, photographs the same area, and then puts these things, both plates, on a machine called a blink comparator. And with the blink comparator, there's a microscope eyepiece, and it looks at a really small section of one plate, and there's a mirror that flips, and you see the same small section of the other plate. And all he's doing is looking at all these dots. That's all he's looking at are dots, and seeing if any are changing position. Because stars, it's like driving down the road. You know, the ditch nearby is flying by, but the trees off on the horizon appear to be going a lot slower. So we're looking for something a lot closer, like a planet that's going to change position relative to those background stars. Mind-numbing work. Clyde was the right guy to do the job because he was dedicated, he was patient, he was very careful. It would be easy to, you know, it could take a week to look at one set of plates, and you're just talking about one small area of the sky. He was detail oriented, had the right personality to do the job. It's really just an amazing story when we think of how unlikely so much of it is. And also, you know, this is such an important part of not only astronomy history, but American history. You know, because I think, you know, maybe all of us as humans, but I like to think, you know, Americans, we have that spirit of adventure and discovery. And, you know, to think that this 24-year-old self-trained farmer discovered a planet. And it wasn't luck. I mean, it was luck that they happened to find something right there that wasn't what Percival Lowell thought it would be. But the search that Tombaugh did was very systematic, very detail-oriented. If you weren't paying attention, you would have missed this dot that moved from one day to several days later, just a little bit. So it really is just such a great story in so many ways. It's stand here and tell it's really pretty neat.
It's incredible, Kevin, that combination of, I mean, he was really green at the time, going out there and starting his career there. And yet, as you say, he was methodical and careful, and the millions of images that he looked at. I've been fortunate enough to be in the basement there when Brian Skiff several times and a number of times over the years, and you were there a couple of times with me in more recent time when Brian Skiff, you know, the B plate, one of the two Discovery plates, pulls it right out of his sleeve, and you know, my God, you think if you drop this, we're all, you know, going to be thrown in jail forever. But I mean, you look at it, the number of stars on one of those plates is astonishing. So the fact that he could do it and do it so efficiently in the cycle of what he was looking at, and it was in Gemini there, where in a suspect region, the whole combination of things is incredible, that this farm boy should go out and be so systematic and so careful in order to make such a breakthrough discovery. It's an amazing story.
And you know, it's neat because, you know, where you've been in here, Dave, the plate vault, it's row upon row, thousands of these glass plates in envelopes. And you think about the number of people involved with this search. There are a lot of other scientists and assistants who helped search for this body, but nobody remembers their name.
Yeah.
But this is their life. This is what they did. Clyde discovered Pluto, and thankfully we remember his name. But you look in that plate vault, and it's just, you know, this legacy of all these careers and all these thousands of hours.
Such hard work.
Looking at the night sky. It's amazing, the dedication.
It's incredible, Kevin, and you tell the story so well. And of course, when you're there on the grounds at Lowell, you do, you know, and I've been to other historical places, but it's as good as any place. You feel the aura of that history, that sense of Clyde, of the Slifers, of Percival, who's in a mausoleum next to the Clark, you know, that you just feel the energy of that history. It's unavoidable. And if you could talk just for a minute, Kevin, about some of the incredible plans. There's a huge new era at Lowell Observatory that's underway that people may not be aware of.
Right. You know, back when Percival Lowell founded the observatory in 1894, one of the things he said was, you know, what's the point of doing science unless you share it with people? And we want to make them co-discoverers. So it shouldn't be just for some people, you know, in science organization. It should be for everybody. And that's something that the observatory has taken seriously, especially over the last several decades. And we have a strong visitor program that works very closely with our research program, to where, you know, pre-COVID, we were getting 110,000 visitors a year. And that was in a visitor center that was built to accommodate about 70,000. And so, you know, there's so much interest, and the visitation was getting so great that we decided to really expand the visitor program. And phase one, we opened it seems like 20 years ago now, but it was a year ago, the Giovanni Open Deck Observatory, which is the whole building rolls back to expose 6 different modern telescopes that are completely for our public use. I mean, we might be able to do some research with them, but it's designed mostly for our visitors up here. And that's in addition to being able to look through the 24-inch Clark refractor, which is a classic telescope. We have another 24-inch telescope we just bought, a plane wave. But then this is all just kind of a warm-up for a new astronomy discovery center that we're opening in a couple of years. That's going to have a visitor center that's 3 times the size of the current one. Wow. And the top is going to be open where, you know, we had talked about doing a planetarium, but this is the first international dark sky city, Flagstaff, Arizona. We got the real thing here. So we don't want an enclosed thing. Let's see the real night sky, complete with heated benches, because it does get pretty chilly in here in the winter. And this is a really exciting time for the observatory. And, you know, we see it as an opportunity. You know, as the world has evolved, there are certain skills that I think humans, we've kind of lost a little bit, critical thinking skills. We take this seriously, that we want to help, educate people and make science exciting. And so there's just a lot of really great stuff coming up. And, and an example of some of the programs we're doing is something that you had mentioned before, and that's our I Heart Pluto Festival. Again, so much of what we're talking about tonight started here, but also continues here. Charon, Pluto's largest moon, was discovered from photographs taken at the Flagstaff station of the Naval Observatory, just 4 miles from where I'm standing. And Will Grundy, who works closely with Alan on the New Horizons mission, and several of those team members have ties to Lowell Observatory. So, Flagstaff kind of has been called the home of Pluto. And it's really neat to see, because we have the science organizations, but we have, just the community sees it that way. One of the restaurants, the restaurant where Clyde ate the day he discovered Pluto, he ate there a lot. It was the Black Cat Cafe at the time. It's now a sushi restaurant. And every year they make Pluto rolls. And they're
awesome.
Unveiling the Pluto roll again. Another partner, a local brewery, Mother Road, last year made Pluto Porter beer. And we didn't this year because of COVID, but we'll have that back next year. So there's a lot of really great connections. The Orpheum Theater, where he went to watch The Virginian. I'm actually going to be there tomorrow, filming a little promo for next week, and they're going to play a clip of that movie.
Oh my God.
Just like Clyde watched it. So it's really great to be able to follow in his footsteps. And that's kind of the genesis of the I Heart Pluto Festival, that this year runs from the 13th through the 18th and includes you, Dave. It's kind of neat because we have astronauts, we have astronomers, we have artists all participating, and it's all free. And so, it's virtual. If you have internet connection, you can see it. So it's pretty neat stuff.
Kevin, thank you so much. And there is an unbelievably exciting future coming along at Lowell Observatory. You'll hear about it in the coming months and years. And please do check out the I Heart Pluto Festival as well. Kevin, I'll see you there along with Alan and others in a few days here. Thanks so much for
Sounds
joining
good. Thanks so much.
Kevin.
From such a historic spot. Thanks, Kevin. Now, I mentioned this Astronomy magazine and brand that we have a little bit earlier, and I'd like to begin to introduce you to some of the people who are involved with the magazine and doing things with it. One of them who's going to go first here, is not on our staff in Wisconsin. And of course, we've been working for a year at home, all separated because of the situation going on in the world. But she's in Oklahoma, and she is an exceptionally bright young student and astronomy outreach communicator who's interested in all kinds of things. And so we latched on to her, and she is doing a magnificent job with our video series that we're putting out there about all sorts of interesting astronomical subjects, that is called Infinity and Beyond. So now I'd like to hand it over. Abby, you're here, aren't you?
Hi, yes, hi Dave.
So Abby Bolenbach is going to tell you a little bit, I believe, about our video series in which she is the host and star, Infinity and Beyond.
Thank you so much, Dave. It's so good to see everyone here. I'm so glad to see you. I'm absolutely honored to be on here. I always love getting to hop in and say hi to Scott and everyone. I love this Global Star Party and everything that you guys are doing. So wonderful introduction. I'm not sure if I have lived up to that. Hopefully I will in the coming years of Infinity and Beyond, but it is a fantastic series, and it's taking a really good fire, at least I think, with the public and especially the youth. So what it is basically, it's about a 5-minute segment on some particular astronomy topic, whether it's on research or upcoming events and whatnot, just something interesting normally a random slew of a pick, and I will pontificate about a subject for just a little bit with some interesting bits, and the entire editing team wrangles me in, of course, all the time on certain points, and that's partly why it's such fantastic content, is because of you guys. But it's created this fantastic area for anyone, really mainly about 18, some high schoolers to 40s, 50s, about in that age swath. It's created a great area to learn in depth on a topic in a short span of time. So whether it's on, let's see, we had Venus's surface, we've flat earthers, and many, many others. It doesn't matter. I mean, the sky is the limit, because it is the universe that we're talking about. The next one coming up is going to be about dark matter, and so I'm going to give a little sneak peek of that. But it's so cool for me to be able to do this, because I wanted something like this whenever I was younger. Whenever I was first starting into this field, I wanted there to be someone that was like my age, of course, a girl, because I could relate to that, but I wanted something like that where I could see something really fast and get absorbable, information that I could hang on to and that I could retain. And so that's what I'm trying to do. And it's so cool, because I'm learning so much in this process. I can memorize formulas and things like that. And I've been in this field for, oh my gosh, a decade now. But throughout this entire year with Astronomy Magazine, I have obtained so much more appreciation on certain things, many more things than I could have imagined. And I can't wait for the future with you guys. It's been so fun.
Right. Well, thanks, Abby. It's great to have you here. We've enjoyed it. The videos are very, very popular. So I'm sure that, there's only one fundamental problem, with everything that's going on in astronomy, astrophysics, cosmology, and planetary science, we're probably limited only to about 1,000 things to cover.
Probably.
So I don't think we're going to run out of things to talk about anytime soon. I wonder if Scott or if any of the Astro editors have any comments, any questions for Abby about what's it like to work on a video production like this, that's kind of bringing in a younger generation into understanding a lot of what's going on in astronomy, and in a reasonably detailed way. Any thoughts?
Some thoughts I have is that it really is unusual to have someone of a younger generation kind of leading astronomy outreach in the way that Abigail does. We have seen David Eicher and I have been around the block a little bit, and we've seen lots of things. But it's a real inspiration. You bring the passion of your love for the night sky, your knowledge of science, and your ability to translate that and guide people through some pretty complex stuff. And a lot of people are intimidated by astronomy, or even by looking up at the night sky. I can't tell you how many times I've taken people out to observe the stars and have them look up and start to describe distances and scale and stuff, and they feel maybe very humbled by that, or they just can't wrap their head around these concepts, like the speed of light and the distance light has traveled over a year and this kind of thing. And you make that very, very understandable, and that is super important.
Thank you so much, Scott. I so appreciate that. What kind of fuels me, and what's fueled me throughout this whole process, is getting to see that light in the eye of someone that's younger than me, and how I've affected them in a positive way. For instance, with this video series, Infinity and Beyond, one of my online friends contacted me via Facebook and said that he has his children, his little girls, watch it, and they get excited. They're like, "Oh, can we see Abby? Is there an episode?" And they're little, maybe 9, 8, 9, 10, and that just impassions me so much, because that means that they get to see someone that's pursuing their dreams, that's a girl that's closer to their age, so they can kind of relate a little more, and so they think, oh, maybe that could be possible, or that could give them inspiration to pursue something else and that they're interested, that they might not have thought could have been possible before.
That's right. That's right. And I think you're inspiring a lot of people. I often think about the benefit. You touched on something there about the benefit of astronomy, and I'm starting to hear. I don't know, David. You've been in, from your position and all the interactions you've had. I often think about the benefit of exploring the night sky, reframing what we think about our world. That it's not just this small thing. It's not just our neighborhood. It's not just our town. It's not just our problems. Okay. It's not just our problems.
It certainly gives you a lot of perspective. Huh?
It sure does. It sure does. And I think that is, I must have real scientifically proven health benefits, mental benefits, these kinds of things. And so, and I think the community that we have and the outreach that we're just doing, what we're doing right now, we have taken scientists, we've had authors, we've had discoverers, we've had historians, and right now we have young Abigail here with us. But I think we're giving everyone a good dose of the best of what our community is like, and there's a lot more to come.
Absolutely, and I think one thing about Abby is you can't fake that kind of interest and enthusiasm, the enthusiasm, the genuineness that Abby shows. And she's very hard on herself. We need to, allow her to pace herself, because she'll rattle off, in practicing something, 350 words, and word 351 is not quite what I wanted to say. And I know that she doesn't have a teleprompter in her dining room there. She's memorizing, it's truly impressive what she's able to master and just rattle off without a script,
We should, I totally agree with you guys. We should put together a blooper reel, because the one that I just recently sent you guys, there's some funny bits, and it does give something, I guess, kind of to show that no one's perfect, and it helps remind me too whenever I rewatch things like that. It's like, okay, it's okay. I do agree with you though, Dave. Thank you.
It's better to make the mistakes, because that just shows how really genuine you are. So.
And ridiculous. And ridiculous. It doesn't. Yeah. It shows like, oh, she's cute and whatever, but still.
I think the blooper reel is the most fun part. If we just did these videos and it all went perfectly, it wouldn't be any fun at all, I don't think.
No.
Yeah.
That's true. And it also gives you guys something to laugh at me about. Whenever you're like, oh my gosh, how could she? Oh, that's funny. It gives you something to reflect on.
That's right.
And just for the record, that will become public eventually. We're working, we've already got our folder with
nonstop
all the bloopers, and that's going to be made public here once we have another delay in one of the
That's awesome. Well, it's good to laugh at yourself. And I'm trying to embrace that this year. At the beginning of the year, I posted some pictures on my social media platforms of ridiculous and horrid images of myself that I wouldn't have ever dreamed to let anyone see. But I decided I'm gonna remove my filter, and I'm gonna let people laugh at me with myself, because I'm sick of my ego. And so that's kind of what I think the bloopers will do. I'm hoping. Probably later years I'll be like, oh my gosh.
Abigail, how did you arrive at that? That's a high wisdom realization.
Thank you.
It is. I mean, it's a lot of people never get there. So
I think actually it's probably from years of performing on stage, because I know what the audience sees, and it's this perfect, choreographed image or musical piece or ballet or these videos, but you don't see the backstory. And I've always seen that my whole life, and so it's like, wow, who am I fooling? Not myself. That's for sure.
But you're doing a great job, and as David said, the honesty and that you can't fake the passion that you have for this.
Thank you.
And that's true.
It really is.
Everybody gets it. So
thank you so much.
Well, Abby, you seem to be having a great time with this so far, and you're producing fantastic videos that are very popular, and we have millions of things to talk about. So we're very happy to have you on the team.
Thank you. I will be here as long as you guys keep me. So I absolutely love doing this, and am still thrilled that I'm living in the life where I get to work with you guys, and I have a part of something with Astronomy magazine. That's so cool. I collect my uncle. He started as a rocket scientist and went further into physics and into laser physics. And he collected Astronomy magazine throughout his childhood and career in college. And I mean, so did I. I never would have dreamed. I wish I could have told my little 10-year-old self whenever I first got into this, it's gonna be worth it. It is good. Just keep persevering.
Well, you did. You did.
Well, it's certainly worth it, and the community is responding very well to these, and so we're excited about it. So thanks for being here tonight, Abby.
Thank you so much, Dave. It's great to see everybody. I haven't seen you guys for a while.
Thank you. Thank you, Abigail.
Scott, I think we're next going to go to a little bit of live telescope. If Molly,
okay. All right. Well, let's see.
Show us maybe.
Molly Wakeling has been back there in her backyard. Okay, imaging, and let's see if Molly's got something in the scope.
Yep. Give me just a second to switch over here. There we go. So we have the Great Nebula of Orion, of course, very familiar object. For a lot of these star parties, it's been coming up too late for me to catch during the broadcast, but now that we're much further into winter, it's in a good spot for me to image. So this is a hydrogen alpha image of the Orion Nebula. And if you're unfamiliar with what hydrogen alpha is, every chemical element glows in particular colors in a particular spectrum. And one of the colors that hydrogen gas in the universe glows in is this deep red when it's energized by nearby stars. So it's monochrome here because I have a monochrome camera, but if we were looking at this with a color camera, it would be this deep kind of pinkish red, the pink being because it's got white stars that are making the red look kind of pink, right? In the hydrogen alpha, I like to image with that and some other spectral bands like oxygen 3, because they're very, very narrow slices of the visible light spectrum, which allow me to cut through the light pollution and just grab onto that very narrow bit of light where not a lot of streetlights are glowing. So I can get a really nice high contrast image and, with some post-processing and stuff like that, make a really nice image of it.
Wonderful.
That's fantastic. It's beautiful. And of course, the whole constellation Orion is wrapped in the Orion molecular cloud. This is, of course, the best hotspot of an emission nebula in it. It's about 1,350 light years away. And, it's furiously making new stars, of course, as emission nebulae are wont to do. And, of course, Hubble, has shown these nice little proplids and, little solar systems in the making here inside M42. So, everyone's certainly, one of the favorites of practically every amateur astronomer, I think it's fair to say. That's a gorgeous image of it.
Thank you. And it's so easy to see visibly in the telescope or a pair of binoculars, or you don't even have to be in very dark skies at all to be able to spot it naked eye. It's just so darn bright.
Indeed. Wonderful.
So go take a look at it. It's clear where you are tonight.
Thank you, Molly. And will you be perhaps latching on to some other targets?
Yeah, if people are interested, I can go look over at some planetary targets since we're talking about Pluto. Pluto is not up tonight, unfortunately. It comes up in the morning right now. But we can go look at Uranus and Mars, which are the next best things.
Excellent. That would be fabulous.
Great. Sure.
Thanks, Molly, so much.
Yeah.
It's not, you know, we talk about the sky. It's nice to actually show the sky.
Yeah, you know, so it is a star party.
Yeah.
That's right. But this tonight, this is a special night. This is a celebration of someone that inspired millions of people when Clyde's discovery of Pluto, and it had not yet been named, it made world headlines. You know, suddenly this young man was thrust into the spotlight. He was worried about who might name it. Definitely wanted the Lowell Observatory to name it. So, you know, just reading the history of all of that and then trying to imagine, you know, try to put yourself into a young man's shoes, you know, especially someone that had come fresh off the farm. You know, I used to work on a farm, so I kind of can put some of that together a little bit. But wow, you know, and I mean, here we are. We're talking about him today, and he'll be talked about for many, many generations into the future.
He would be shocked if he knew we were doing this star party in his honor.
You think so?
I think he would be really surprised and a little bit embarrassed.
Hmm.
You know, he could be, for all of the notoriety that came, he could be a rather modest, self-effacing guy, too.
I see.
But now to continue the Pluto theme, Alison Klesman is one of our staff members who has been at the magazine for several years and is a dynamo and knows a great deal about the science of astronomy, and in the last year has stepped into producing the sky observing information in the center of the magazine, as well as many of the maps. And she's going to talk tonight as senior associate editor about some work that she did some years ago on Pluto occultations. And also, I believe she's going to talk a little bit about black holes tonight. So I'd like to introduce you to one of the dynamic members of our staff, who is an incredible writer, editor, and astronomer, Alison Klesman.
Well, thank you, Dave. That was a really nice introduction. Yeah, so like Dave said, I have done work. So I started out as a scientist, and my science career basically started with Pluto, essentially, doing planetary science. Longer ago than I really want to admit. But I should preface this by saying that I had to go dig out some stuff that I had done as an undergraduate. So it was definitely a different experience. But I had the opportunity to work, at the time I was working with Jim Elliott at MIT, who was observing basically the first two Pluto occultations that we had seen since 1988. So I've got some slides here that I think will prompt me mostly, but I've got some good pictures on it as well. So I'm gonna pull those up for you now. Hopefully that works. Yell at me if it doesn't. So I started out in planetary science, basically studying atmospheres. And before New Horizons, really the only way that we could study and Pluto's atmosphere in particular was through stellar occultations. And that's actually how the atmosphere was confirmed in the late 1980s. Before then, you know, people had thought that Pluto probably had an atmosphere, but there wasn't definitive evidence of it before we saw an occultation. But to go over, oops, on the window. So what is a stellar occultation? It's basically anytime a planet or any other object, it doesn't have to be a planet, it could be an asteroid, anything like that, goes in front of a star, it temporarily blocks the starlight. It's like an eclipse, essentially. It's exactly the same thing, just instead of the moon going in front of the sun, or Earth going, between the moon, you've got an object that's blocking out a background star. And they're actually really useful. They happen by pure chance, but when they do happen, you can watch the starlight as it disappears behind this object, and that actually tells you a lot. So actually on the bottom here, I've got a light curve. This is actually a light curve of a Pluto occultation. Much more recently than the one that I studied, but this is basically just the light level over time, and you've got the light going along, and then Pluto comes by, it blocks the starlight, the light disappears, and then it comes back. And the shape and the depth of the curve, basically all these details about the curve, really tell you a lot. So it tells you the size of the object, which is really handy. How long is the starlight blocked out for? That tells you immediately how big the object is. It'll tell you if the object has an atmosphere. So again, the shape, if there's no atmosphere, the light just drops off immediately, very sharply. But if there's an atmosphere, you've got kind of this blurring, softening effect, and the light doesn't drop off as quickly. So again, you're looking at Pluto, and immediately you see that the light, isn't just immediately dropping out. So you've got an atmosphere there that you're seeing. It can also tell you if there are rings, and that's actually how the rings of Uranus were discovered, is if you've got your light curve going along, and there's a little tiny dip, and then it comes back, and then you have your real occultation, and then on the other side, there's another little tiny dip. That's the rings basically going in front of the starlight as well. So again, really useful information. And even beyond that, related to, say, again, the atmosphere of Pluto, the shape of the light curve will tell you information about the temperature and the density and the pressure of the atmosphere. All things that you would never be able to get any other way unless you're sending a spacecraft by, which doesn't happen so often. So they're really handy. And like I said, there was a kind of a big occultation in 1988, and then there was nothing until 2002. But in 2002, Pluto had 2 occultations. It went in front of 2 separate stars, basically about a month apart. And during that summer, I was an undergraduate, and my job essentially was to go to our off-campus observatory every single night and take pictures of these stars using our 24-inch telescope at the time, which I believe is still there actually. And so then the next morning, probably very late morning, I would take those images back to the lab, and you basically feed them into a computer, into a program to get astrometry on these stars, which is just basically telling you their position relative to other stars and their position in the sky. And why you need that, why you really need this really detailed astrometry is because if you've seen the solar eclipse paths, especially with the recent solar eclipses and the upcoming one in the US, there are these paths showing where the shadow is going to fall. And that's pretty big when you're talking about the moon. When you're talking about Pluto going in front of a background star, it's a really tiny shadow, relatively speaking. And you really want to pin down where that's going to happen, because you need to put a telescope there if you want to observe it. Sometimes you get lucky and there's a major observatory there, and it just happens to cross right over a telescope. A lot of times you aren't, and you're taking a telescope out into the field, usually in the back of a pickup truck or something, and trying to chase down this eclipse. So you really want to know ahead of time where it's going to happen, if at all possible. And for example, over on the left there, I've just got the August eclipse path that Pluto, or the occultation path that Pluto took. And again, these were the first ones really observed since 1988. So in terms of Pluto's atmosphere, you've basically got 13-14 years where you don't know what has been happening to it. We had that one observation, and then we had nothing. And there were thoughts that, so at that time, Pluto was starting to pull away from the sun. So it came closest to the sun in 1989, and then it started pulling farther away. It's got a very elliptical orbit. It gets very far away from the sun. It's going to get cold as it gets farther away from the sun. And there were thoughts that the atmosphere could actually freeze out and snow down to the ground if it got cold enough. And then the question became, if that happens, if we send a spacecraft there, is there even going to be an atmosphere to observe? And that was a big, ongoing question. So you get these 2 occultations in 2002, and just some of the results are that there was actually something complex going on. The Pluto's atmosphere was still there, spoiler, it was still there, which was interesting in and of itself. The atmosphere was still there. So that basically proved that if we were, to send a spacecraft in the next, decade or two, it would have something to see. But it was undergoing changes. It actually, between 1988 and 2002, had increased in pressure by about 2 times. And that kind of translates to probably increasing in surface pressure at the surface of Pluto, and the temperature as well by about 2 degrees Celsius. So really, really interesting things going on. The idea is that at that time, and actually still currently, Pluto's northern hemisphere is facing the sun, and that's got a lot of nitrogen frozen there. And as the sunlight hits that, it absorbs the sunlight, it heats up, it sublimates, turns it directly into a gas, basically becomes atmospheric gas. You're adding material to the atmosphere that increases its mass and its pressure. And at some point, that's going to drop off. At some point, it will get cold enough that that's not going to happen anymore. But and probably soon, if not already, actually, there are some recent occultations that showed that maybe that's starting to happen. But again, this is the way that you kind of can chart what's going on with Pluto's atmosphere, even if you aren't sending a spacecraft by it. You can wait and get lucky. And there was this period kind of between 2002 and I think about now, when it was in a really good spot in the galactic plane, that it was going in front of a lot of background stars. You had a good number of occultations, and again, that's going to start dropping off again. But that's how you learn about an atmosphere, or a lot of other aspects of an object, be it a planet, a dwarf planet, whatever you want to call it, anything that you can't observe directly or easily. So they're just really, really handy. They weren't something I had ever heard of before I started working on them. I don't know that, they kind of come up in common parlance a lot, but they're really useful. They're really great things. So yeah. So after that, I ended up going to grad school to earn my PhD, and no one there was really doing planetary science at University of Florida. So I actually ended up switching tacks entirely, which is why this talk is going to change completely right now. So now I'm taking us away from Pluto, kind of transitioning away. And just to talk very briefly, kind of very big overview on the subject that I then went on to study, which are supermassive black holes. So it has nothing to do with Pluto. It's no topic transition. I'm sorry about that. But so I then went on to study supermassive black holes. Question 1 is, what is a supermassive black hole? These are the heaviest black holes that exist. So there are 3 basic classes of black hole, and these are the heaviest. These are the ones weighing in at like 1 million to several billion times the mass of the sun. We also believe that every galaxy, at least every large galaxy, probably every galaxy, even if it's small, has a supermassive black hole in its center. That's where we find them, in the centers of these galaxies. Including the Milky Way. We actually have a 4.6 million solar mass black hole in the center of our galaxy called Sagittarius A star. That is pretty famous, and you probably heard of that. And so they're all over the place. They're really, really cool. And I'll just kind of walk you through a little bit of science behind them. So the first thing is, what do they look like? Artist rendition, of course. We do actually have a picture of one. So that famous picture of a black hole is a picture of a supermassive black hole. But to kind of get you in a little bit closer into some things that you can't see, over on the right is kind of where we're going to start really, really close. And you have the singularity, which basically is the black hole itself. That's what is sucking in everything, or where the curvature of space-time is infinite, basically all that cool stuff where physics breaks down. That's the singularity. So the first thing we can really talk about, that we can really observe, essentially, is the event horizon. And that is light hours across. So that has an actual size. That is a couple light hours across. To put that in context, that's about the distance of Pluto from the sun, let's say. So kind of that distance is what you're talking about when you talk about the event horizon. And the event horizon is basically the point of no return. Anything that crosses closer to the black hole than the event horizon is going to fall in. No matter how fast you travel, go the speed of light, doesn't matter, you're going to fall into the black hole. So that's why that part is kind of cool, but that's really the first part that we can see. Everything beyond that I'm going to talk about is outside the black hole, outside the event horizon. These are things that we can see. First one is really the accretion disk. So that's kind of this spinny area around here. You can also see it in the other picture as well. So material, as it's falling into a black hole, it can't all squish in at once. It just doesn't work. Physics doesn't let that happen. It ends up forming this really nice disk that's a lot like water kind of going down a drain, like a whirlpool. That's a good way to think about it. And as material in that whirlpool or in this disk kind of gets closer and closer, it clumps together, it starts moving faster as it starts to fall in, and it basically generates a lot of friction. You've got a lot of material rubbing up against each other. That generates friction. Friction generates heat. And if you get something hot enough, it will shine. And so the accretion disk will shine, usually in optical light, sometimes in even brighter light than that, more energetic light than that. And you've also got this corona of gas that's kind of right outside that, that's also shining. The corona is even hotter. It usually shines in like X-rays, really, really hot. And this is light days across. So now you're talking basically the entire size of the solar system, or a little bit larger than that, depending on where the end is, essentially. But solar system sized is just this accretion disk in the inner portions of the black hole. And then you can start stepping outward. There's still more parts to go. We've got this region of fast moving gas clouds, and this is called the broadline region. I'm not really going to get into why it's called that, but basically it's just a bunch of fast moving gas clouds kind of spinning around the black hole. And once you're out there, you're about 100 light days out. So now you're starting to get a little further out. Past that, you have what's called the dusty torus. Torus is really just a fancy word for a donut. So it's kind of this donut shaped bunch of dust. We've drawn it really kind of solid here. It's probably not solid. It's probably cloudy, hazy. It's not a solid object, but it's a bunch of dust basically surrounding the black hole. And that's about 100 light years out. So now you're getting really, really big. Basically, the closest star to the sun is 4 light years, so several times that distance is kind of where this dust is sitting beyond the supermassive black hole. If you keep moving out, because there's still more parts to go, you have slower moving gas clouds called the narrow line region. You might notice this is kind of similar to this broad line region that we have. Again, it just depends on what the spectrum of the gas looks like. But it's basically slower moving gas clouds. Those are about 1,000 light years out. And then you have the best part, the most fun, which are these jets that are shooting out from either side of the black hole. Again, these are coming from outside the black hole. This is material from the accretion disk. We think that some interaction with magnetic fields probably is launching these off the accretion disk. So it's not coming from inside the black hole. It's not material, that's already disappeared. This is stuff that never made it into the black hole, but it's being shot out on the order of 100,000 light years. That's basically the width of the Milky Way. So if you've got a galaxy that's 100,000 light years across, and it's got a supermassive black hole in the center that is shooting out jets 100,000 light years on either side, you can see these outside the galaxy. And we have observed these. So it's a really cool way to see, something that's going on in the very center of a galaxy that maybe you can't really zoom in on, but you've got these jets being launched out from the center of the galaxy that are very, very energetic and shooting out way past the boundaries of the galaxy. So even though the supermassive black hole itself is basically sizeless and its event horizon is light hours across, you end up with these jets that are, 100,000 light years across. I mentioned that every supermassive black hole is pretty much inside a galaxy, and every galaxy has a supermassive black hole. So we've actually discovered these really cool relationships between galaxies and their supermassive black holes. One is called the M sigma relation. All it says is that the mass of the supermassive black hole in the center of a galaxy scales with something called the velocity dispersion of the bulge. So what that means is the way that the stars are moving inside the bulge, inside the center region of a galaxy, is related to how massive the supermassive black hole in the center of the galaxy is. And this graph is just showing that. This is observed, so we aren't like putting galaxies on here intentionally. You're just observing the velocity dispersion and the mass of the supermassive black hole. You put them on this plot and they fall on this really nice line. It's a really, really tight relationship, which is really cool. Another really cool relationship that we have is that the mass of the supermassive black hole also scales with how bright the center of the galaxy is, how bright that bulge of the galaxy is. Basically, very similar looking relationship. So that's really cool. I mean, so if you can't observe the mass of a supermassive black hole, but you can observe how bright the center of a galaxy is or how its stars are moving, you automatically know basically how big its supermassive black hole is. The real question is why? Why is this happening? When you hear the word supermassive black hole, it's got supermassive right there on the tin. It's really massive, right? This is millions or billions of times the mass of the sun. But if you compare it to the bulge of a galaxy, it's 0.5% of the mass in the center of the galaxy there. So even though it's this really massive compact object, it can't compare to the other 99.5% of material in the bulge. So it's way, way, way outmatched. And the real question is, so why do these relationships exist? We're not entirely sure, but we know that somehow the galaxy and its supermassive black hole must know about each other somehow. And that's really important for how galaxies evolve. And it's really important for how supermassive black holes evolve. The question is kind of which came first is still a bit of a question. Did the supermassive black hole come first, or did the galaxy come first? And we do also know that they can influence each other. So just to kind of end real quick, we know that they evolve together. So supermassive black holes inside a galaxy can influence what's going on in the whole galaxy. So I told you that it can have these basically galaxy spanning jets that it's shooting out. Those are very energetic, and they're basically injecting energy, injecting heat into the gas of a galaxy, heating up a galaxy. And actually that turns off a galaxy's ability to form stars. So stars form when interstellar gas gets very, very cold, a couple degrees Kelvin, really, really cold. If you heat that gas up at all too much, it's not going to condense down and form stars. So this is a way that astronomers think that you might turn a young galaxy that's forming a lot of stars into an old galaxy that's not forming a lot of stars. The supermassive black hole in the center has something to do with eventually heating up the gas in that galaxy, turning off star formation and ending that galaxy's life, essentially. On the other hand, you can get these crazy mergers. This background picture is a merger of at least 2 galaxies, possibly 3. You've got 3 supermassive black holes that you can see here, actually, all in this kind of merging mess. And that can actually funnel material into the center of a galaxy and give the supermassive black hole a lot more food, and can make it, again, much brighter, make it shoot out these jets when maybe it wasn't doing very much before. So we know that supermassive black holes and galaxies definitely evolve together, even if we don't know exactly how. But clearly, that's kind of the next step, is to figure out what is the relationship and why do they know about each other and which one came first. So ongoing questions. But that's all I have.
Oh, cool. So cool.
Yep.
Fantastic. Thanks, Allison. And part of that answer might come hypothetically from the Webb Space Telescope.
That is the hope, yeah. So the Webb Space Telescope will be able to observe some of these really early galaxies and basically see them, and hopefully see their forming supermassive black holes, which would be really cool.
Exactly. That's fantastic. Thank you so
feel
much.
Like, I feel like Allison just thrust us through the whole universe.
From Pluto to yeah, the other end. Everyone else gets to fill in between.
Quick, 20 minutes? I mean.
And now,
I felt like I got
awesome. It was awesome.
That's fantastic. Now we're going to go from science to some observing of the sky and what's going to be going on in the near future in the sky. When you look at the history of Astronomy magazine, it was founded by Steve Walther in August 1973 was the first issue. He was a very interesting guy. I never met him, but he was an interesting guy who started the magazine when he was in school, had the idea for it when he was in school in Wisconsin. And his brother, who was an attorney, who was a very nice guy, he's still around, he's in Arizona, funded the magazine. And when you think of sort of the whole tapestry of the history of this organization, this brand, a few names really stand out in terms of being real powerhouses in terms of making this magazine what it has been. And certainly Richard Berry and Robert Burnham would have to be there. And one of the other guys who's one of those powerhouses has just recently, certainly Rich Talcott too, but Michael Bakich is certainly, he was here for 16 years on staff, and he's just recently retired. He's also a comedian. But he's a pal, and we're actually working on some projects together. In fact, we can tell you in the near future maybe about a book that we're writing together. But for the time being, Michael's going to be talking about things that are up in the night sky, and I think you're simulating in the room that you're in, Michael, the night sky. It looks like to me too.
I am an astronomer. It is true. Okay, let's see. Sharing my screen. Are you guys getting this?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So, it is a star party. And I thought, well, let's talk about the stars. But first, a little bit about Clyde. I lived in El Paso, Texas in the 90s, worked at a museum there, designed, helped construct an observatory and a huge, well, the full museum astronomy exhibit. We lived on the west side of El Paso. We were 42 minutes from Clyde and Patsy's house. And I used to visit him every now and then. And he was just great. And like you, Dave, I endured hundreds of puns. I think on each visit.
Were you like me, Mike? I mean, some of them were so bad. All you could do, you literally had to have your head sink into your hands. Oh God!
Oh, I was great at fake laughter. Oh, I learned that fast. Yeah, I was so enthralled. I mean, I didn't get to meet William Herschel, or Johann Gall, who discovered, Uranus and Neptune, but here was a planet discoverer. I was in his house. I was drinking tea and stuff like that. On the second or third visit, I remember bringing his book Out of the Darkness with me. Yes. And I said, "Ooh, Mr. Tombaugh, could you please sign this?" And he said, "Yeah, hand it over." So we chatted, and I noticed that he was writing in it, and we chatted a little bit more, and he's writing in it some more. And I thought, man, this is going to be the greatest dedication of all time. So after, I'm not kidding, several hours and another 100 puns, Clyde hands me the book back. I said, "Thank you, sir," and shortly after left. And I went home and I thought, wow, I wonder what he wrote. And opened the book up, and there's, to my friend Michael, Clear Skies, Clyde Tombaugh. I don't actually remember it. My book's in storage right now. And I thought, what in the world? So I started paging through, and I realized that, oh yeah, that's not Michael Bacchus.
Something like this, probably. Yeah.
Something like that. Let's see if the rest of it holds true. Because in my copy, he went through and corrected all the mistakes.
Oh,
that's what he was doing for 2 hours. Oh, man. And I got home and I went, oh my gosh, that's just crazy.
Did he possibly do this to the entire press run? I don't know. Yeah.
He probably would. Well, he actually, some of you know Ray Shabinsky. He's a contributing editor to Astronomy, been a friend of mine. He also lived in El Paso for part of that time, and we'd go up and visit Clyde. Clyde did the same thing to his copy. It was just like, are you kidding me? I mean, first of all, how do you remember all that? But, it was Clyde. He said one time to us that in his career in searching for Pluto, not just as far as the discovery, but the entire plates that he took and compared, he figured that he scanned about 90 million stars.
Oh my God.
That's a lot of stars. So anyway, on several of those nights, 2 or 3 nights at least, I had the chance to observe at Clyde's house with his telescope in back. And it was a little, I was a little nervous because Clyde had this huge, monstrous, Dave knows the telescope well, 16-inch telescope. And he would climb on it, and he's pulling off the mirror covers, and I mean, the guy's 400 years old, and I'm, can I help? No, I got this, and he's swinging down on it, and we're looking at stuff, and his enthusiasm was just spectacular. So I thought, well, I'm going to talk a little bit about the sky that Clyde loved so much, and I'm going to start with the moon. And I picked a point 2 days past first quarter, which in this month is about February 21st. Now, if you're an advanced amateur astronomer, this might be a good time to go get a cup of coffee or a snack or go to the bathroom or whatever. Allison's talk was spectacular. I'm going to take it down a notch, 2 notches. 10 notches. Okay, this is going to be very simple. So let's look at a picture of the moon, and the moon is so cool. When you observe the moon with a small telescope, the best place to look on it is, if follow my cursor, this line that separates the dark and the light area. It's called the terminator. And the terminator is where sunrise before full moon or sunset after full moon is happening. Now, I picked out a couple things to look at. First, take a look at this crater. It's top center of the moon, real dark bottom. Okay, very, very fresh volcanic surface down there. Let's take a close-up look at it. And here we are down here. And this is, this view is an easy view through a 3-inch telescope with a magnification of only about 100. Okay, you can see easily this much scenery around this crater, whose name is Plato. And here are some of the other things around it. Very close are 2 mountain ranges, the Tenerife Mountains down here and the Alps, named for the Alps Mountains here on Earth. And one cool thing to look for is this large, I call it a scratch, in the lunar surface, Valles Alpes. Really cool. And again, Plato is great right at first quarter or several days before or after. And it's unmistakable because of that very, very dark floor in it. Okay, let's take another look at the moon. Can you find Plato? Okay, we can see Plato. Now go straight down from Plato down to the other end of the moon, bottom center. And we're going to take a close-up look at this region. This is really cool because you have this one big crater in the center here, and inside that crater are a series of smaller and smaller craters in this curved line, okay? The big crater's name is Clavius, and this curved line starts with Rutherford, and then these craters get smaller and smaller and smaller, and you have some really small craters. In fact, if a crater doesn't have a name or if it has only a letter associated with it, it's called a craterlet, a small crater. This is a really cool part of the moon that you can observe through just a small telescope at only about medium magnification. Unfortunately, Clyde Tombaugh does not have a named crater on the moon. He does, however, have one on Mars, Tombaugh Crater. It's about 36 miles across, which places it about midway inside the biggest and the smallest craters on Mars. Now, your backyard telescope will not let you see Tombaugh Crater. Mars is just too far away, and although 36 miles is quite a span, at that distance, not going to see Tombaugh Crater. But I thought, we know he has a whole large area, Tombaugh Regio, on Pluto. He also has a crater, not on the moon, but on Mars. Okay, let's look at the starry sky. This was a picture of the Big and Little Dippers. Do you see them?
Yep.
Sent in by one of our contributors. Here they are. The Big Dipper and the Little Dipper, parts of 2 constellations, both bears. Ursa Major for the Big Dipper is the Great Bear, and Ursa Minor, the Little Dipper, is the bear cub. And the 2 stars at the end of the scoop of the Dipper, called the pointer stars, if you take a look at that distance and go about 5 times that distance away from them, you'll come to this star. Its name is Polaris, the North Star. And this is a better photograph of the Little Dipper. And here's Polaris. Polaris is not the brightest star in the sky, but it's one of the brightest. The human eye can see, depending on where you are, between 5,000 and 8,000 stars all over the sky. Polaris is in the top 50 as far as brightness goes. So although it may not look so bright, if you're near a city, it is bright appearing stars in the sky. But if you take a small telescope and you point it at Polaris, split it into two stars. Polaris is one of those stars we call a double star or a binary star. And Polaris is not unusual in that regard. In fact, if you look around the sky, about 60% of the stars you see are double or multiple stars. So our sun, which is a single star, is actually in the minority. Okay, this is the constellation Taurus the Bull. And the easiest part of Taurus to find is this V-shaped group right in the center of the picture here, with the bright star Aldebaran marking one of his eyes. But what I want you to look at is something that is a great binocular object, and it's called the Pleiades, or the Seven Sisters, because people a long time ago, when their skies were very clear and very dark, saw 7 stars there, and they made up a myth about those 7 stars, how they were being pursued by Orion the hunter, and how the king of the gods placed Taurus the bull between the hunter and the stars to kind of help them keep their distance. But the Pleiades, through binoculars, is a really great object. And the bigger the telescope, unfortunately, the smaller the field of view gets, so you don't really get the full impact of the Pleiades through a telescope unless it's at very low power. But here's a nice close-up view of the Pleiades and the gas in the same field of view as the Pleiades. Okay, moving on. Probably the most famous constellation in the sky is Orion the Hunter. And the easiest part of Orion to see is the 3 stars in his belt. In fact, if you draw a line up from those 3 stars, you'll get to Taurus the Bull, and then continue that line past that V, and you come to the Pleiades. If you draw a line down from those stars, you'll come to the brightest star in the nighttime sky, Sirius, the dog star. But we're not looking at Sirius here. We're looking at something that Molly pointed out. In fact, a live view of it. This is just a picture of the Orion Nebula. If you look at the sword of Orion, it looks like it has 3 stars in it to your eye, but the middle star seems kind of fuzzy. Well, it's not a star at all. It's actually a nebula. And here's a picture of it. Nebula is a word, a Latin word that means cloud. So this is a cloud of dust and cold gas in space that, because of gravity, is slowly shrinking and forming stars. And it's forming stars in this center here, and you can see how bright that area is. And in fact, if you crank up the power of your telescope just a little bit more and look at that area, you can see 4, and if you have a big telescope, you can see a few more stars, but mainly 4 stars in that area called the trapezium. Okay, this is the trapezium, and it's the 4 stars that have 4 of the many stars that already have formed in the Orion Nebula, and their light, their radiation is helping us to view that gas. This is the constellation Auriga, the chariot driver or charioteer, and it's made up of these stars and this orange one here. And this bright star is the 6th brightest nighttime star. It's called Capella, but we're not looking at Capella. In fact, we're looking at this object. It's called the Salt and Pepper Cluster, because and Dave loves how I love these names of deep sky objects.
If you need a name for a deep sky object, any deep sky object, Michael's your guy. Yep.
Yeah. But this is the Salt and Pepper Cluster because an amateur astronomer looking at it through his telescope realized that, wow, it looks like somebody spread out a piece of black velvet and poured salt all over it. I'm not sure where the pepper comes from, but take a look at this glorious object. And even through a small telescope, you can see between 50 and 100 stars. And it's not as big as the Pleiades. In fact, it's as big as in real life, but as far as its distance go, it appears much smaller. So you can capture all these stars in a single view through your telescope. So this is the Salt and Pepper Cluster in Auriga, the Charioteer. Okay, remember this constellation? This is Taurus the Bull again, and we can see the V, and we can see the Pleiades up here, and we can see the tips of the horns of Taurus the Bull. And I want to point to something you can't see in this picture, and you can't see with just your eyes. You need a telescope. It's called the Crab Nebula. And if you look at it through a small telescope, it looks like a puff of smoke. Okay, it's not real difficult to find, but it doesn't have a whole lot of detail in it through a small telescope. Large telescopes, however, wow. So this is the Crab Nebula, and it's anything but a gentle puff of smoke. This object was once a star much larger than the sun that came to the end of its life and blew up in what's called a supernova explosion. And now the material from the Crab Nebula is speeding outward into space in all directions at 900 miles per second. So every second that goes by, this object is growing by 1,800 miles. That's just amazing. That is an explosion, and it's among the largest explosions in space, a supernova. Okay, I want to end with a bit of a challenge object. Okay, this is the bottom half of Orion the Hunter. Here's the belt up here, okay? And here is the brilliant star, really nice bright blue star named Rigel that marks his left foot. His left foot, it's on our right side. So if you take the top star of the belt, whose name is Mintaka, and draw a line through Rigel and keep going about the same distance, you'll come to this object. It's one of the reddest stars in the sky. It's called Hind's Crimson Star. It was discovered by a British astronomer, John Russell Hind, back in the mid-1800s. He said that it looked like a drop of blood on a black field, and indeed it does. It's about 6,500 times as bright as the sun, believe it or not, but it's very far away. It's 1,350 light years. So the light that we see, if you find it tonight, the light you're seeing started on its journey toward the Earth 1,350 years ago. It's really red because what happens is that dust or soot made of carbon collects in the atmosphere of the star, and that blocks out the blue light that's coming from the star, and so it looks redder and redder and redder, and it gets fainter and fainter and fainter until the heat builds up enough that poof, it blasts the carbon away, and it begins the process again of building it up. So because it goes from bright to dark to bright to dark, it's also called a variable star. So not only is it intensely red, but it also varies in brightness. And that, as they say, is what's up in the sky tonight. Thanks Scott, thanks Dave for letting me participate.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Oh, Michael, you've given planetarium shows. I think many of them. Is that right?
Thousands.
Yeah. I think that we got a great planetarium experience tonight. So thank you very much.
You are welcome. Now, how do I stop share? Okay, there.
There you go.
There you go.
Thanks,
all your
Michael.
beauty.
And although Michael has retired from the staff and made his way like any logical person would to Tucson, he is still very involved with the magazine, is still writing a lot for us, and he's producing products and all kinds of things. So he's still very much a part of this brand. Thanks for joining us tonight, Michael.
You are welcome. Thank you.
A pleasure as always.
I think it's dinner time, so I'm going to say goodbye to everybody.
Thanks, Michael.
Enjoy.
I'm going to suggest that soon we take another short, brief break.
Okay.
But first, Molly has a live image, if you still have it, I believe, Molly, for us of Uranus. to share?
Excuse me, I do indeed. So again, this is my monochrome camera, my ZWO ASI 1600. And I have the focal reducer on the 8-inch scope you can see in the picture there. So it's not a super impressive image of Uranus, but it's this guy here in the middle.
Right.
We can zoom in on that a little bit. It's just, you know,
There you go.
splotch. The dot that was a little further away from it. Let me zoom back out here. This dot is a star. Let me get the number on that again here. It's a magnitude 6.9 star HD 14278, in case you really wanted to know what that star was called. Yeah, so if you look at Uranus through the telescope with your eyepiece, or if you look at it with a color camera on there, you can very easily see the teal kind of blue-green color that it has, and you can see that it's not point-like like a star if you have a telescope with enough magnification on there. I don't have a number offhand to say how much enough magnification is, but an 8-inch Schmidt-Cassegrain will definitely do that for you, like the one that I have here. And yeah, it's really cool to see a planet so distant through the telescope and be able to actually look and see like, oh yeah, that's definitely not a star. Unlike Pluto, which can be rather hard to distinguish from the stars. It's still very point-like.
Indeed. Thanks, Molly. That's one big step out toward Pluto there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Fantastic. Scott, how about we take about a 5-minute break and then we'll do the home stretch with the talks with the astro editors after that. Is that okay?
Yeah, that'll be fine. I do want to mention too that we are going to have an after party. I will put in a link so that if you're interested in attending the after party, we'll start that at roughly 10:30, something like that. If you have a live view through your telescope, if you have a cool story about astronomy, if you met Clyde Tombaugh or have some sort of special thing you'd like to share about Clyde, that would be great. We know that I've been reading the chats. I know some of you actually had some interaction with him, so I think that's fantastic. And it is a way that you can be part of this outreach program. So I will post that link here in a few more minutes. Okay.
And Scott, that may be a little later, I think, though, because we still have 3 speakers from the magazine.
Oh, could be. Yep. So whenever
whenever
our talks are done. That's
you
right.
Know,
and
we're astronomers. We should be staying up.
That's right. We're just now getting going. So
okay.
That's right. That's right. Okay. All right. So I think this one is about a 10-minute break, and we'll be back. Okay.
Excellent.
All right. Thanks.
Thanks, everyone.
Well, the talks have been fantastic. Really great. So
I can go ahead and excuse me, get the Crab Nebula pulled up as well for in between talk view.
Sure. Excellent. Molly, thank you for doing this. This is awesome.
Yeah, no problem.
while we're still here on this break, I wanted to take the time for all the good people at Cloudy Nights who are visiting and watching and supporting the Global Star Party. Every program that we've been broadcasting has been on the homepage of Cloudy Nights, and that's been very nice. So thanks very much. And we are also looking and talking about maybe having a Cloudy Nights program that we would be broadcasting. So,
are you only going to do that on a cloudy night?
The good thing is, David, it's always cloudy somewhere, okay?
Okay. I don't want to cause trouble. Just checking. All right.
It's always cloudy somewhere.
Right.
That planet, you know? Jeez.
Right.
Mm-hmm. You can see where all the telescope equipment in the world is sold, you know, because it's cloudy wherever that might be.
Well, we had quite a little snowfall today in Wisconsin, and that wasn't the worst of it. The worst of it is, I think by Sunday morning, it's going to be -12 for the low.
Oh, my goodness. That's the kind of cold that hurts.
Yeah.
It's been so nice to have a break from winter since I've moved to California. It's been real great.
I've decided to finally bite the bullet and just buy a snowblower. It's gotten to the point where I'm out there with a shovel and I see every single neighbor in the neighborhood finish their driveway, like one by one.
Just borrow your neighbor's snowblower. That's what they're good for.
Yeah.
Neighbors are good for to borrow things from.
Exactly.
I guess I could just ask. I was kind of expecting an offer from one of them at some point, but I think maybe everyone assumes that the other has offered.
Well, goodness. So I've got us in gallery view right now, and our audience can see all of us, including Mark's companion there.
Yes, he's got the hiccups, so he's being a little needy. But he likes the stars too. He likes to be outside at night.
Wonderful.
You should share his name, Mark.
His name is Guri. Gguri. Hi, bud. Yes, I'm talking about you.
Excellent. Well, maybe, and Levy's with us too. Maybe at one point, Levy and the stars can get hired by Astronomy magazine and write some great articles like you guys do. So, yep. We'll see about that. So where do we go from here, David?
Are we ready to go? Well, I'd like to introduce you to another young dynamic editor and writer and force at the magazine who is going to talk about something that's a little bit different than purist. Of course, a major allied subject of interest to all of us is space exploration, and especially this new era of space exploration and adventure that really captivates a lot of younger people as well. And so Jake Parks has been with us for a number of years and has done a lot of work on the magazine. And, you know, mind you, the people who get our print magazine, by and large, they want the print magazine still. You know, they're a lot of them are almost as old as I am. But there is also, of course, an evolution going on at a rapid pace of a lot of people who only read things and want them digitally. And so our digital online content is becoming more and more important. And Jake has embraced and taken on a role as a sort of a central coordinator of a lot of that digital work as well. So he does a lot of things on the magazine, on the brand, and he's going to talk tonight about the new era, I believe, of space exploration.
Yep. So let me go ahead and share my screen real quick. All right. Can you guys see that?
Yes.
All right, so perfect. Today, like Dave mentioned, I really want to talk about a new space race that's kind of we're right on the precipice of starting right now, and that has to do with space tourism. So first off, what I want to do is just kind of get into a little background first. So some of you here tonight probably remember the thrill and excitement of the actual space race, and especially the Apollo missions as they unfolded live on your big kind of bulbous bunny ear TV. but I missed out on that. I was born about a decade and a half after the last Apollo mission. And that's not to say that I didn't really enjoy my share of human spaceflight over my childhood, but I didn't quite get that same thrill that some of you might have had. So I saw numerous space shuttle launches as a child and a teenager, and I also saw the construction of the International Space Station, which has housed astronauts now for 20 consecutive years. And then in addition to that, I've seen, you know what, I really haven't seen much else besides Space Shuttle, International Space Station, and that's about it. But fortunately, I think in the next few years, especially and definitely in my adult lifehood, unless something goes terribly wrong, I'm going to be right on the precipice of one of the most exciting eras of human spaceflight that I think can basically happen at any point. So this era is not going to be led by nations and superpowers, though, like the last one was. Instead, it's going to be led by commercial companies. And whether those are private or public, they will be innovating and making advancements in the name of profits. And yes, that last part seems a little sketchy, but it's not necessarily all that bad of a thing, because a lot of the times profits can really drive progress, and they can drive it a lot more quickly than, you know, pretty much anything else. So tonight, what I want to do is I want to talk to you a bit about this new and exciting era of human spaceflight, and specifically commercial spaceflight. Now, just a heads up, this is going to be pretty basic, and I'll just discuss a few things in brief detail. But for instance, what I want to talk about are who are the major players in commercial space tourism, what can we expect in 2021? And then I want to get a little bit starry-eyed, and I want to touch on just what the next few years and even decades could literally bring to humanity. And in my eyes, I think that these next few years are going to be pivotal and really changing the course of humanity's future moving forward. So before that, some real quick background on the original space race. So for decades, following the launch of the Soviet Sputnik satellite, which went up obviously in 1957, that really kicked off the space race. And for decades afterwards, sending things into orbit meant that nations had to throw huge amounts of money at the problem. And that's really, really true when you started talking about sending humans and just flinging them into space, because, you know, you got to be a little more careful when that kind of stuff happens. So that's why only two superpowers, first the Soviet Union and then the United States, were able to send humans into space using their own homegrown technology in the latter half of the 1900s. For the record, Czechoslovakian did fly up, becoming the third nationality to actually make it to space, but they went up in a Soviet craft in 1978. So it wasn't actually until 2003 that China's National Space Administration finally launched their own astronauts aboard a Chinese-built craft. So at the time, that made China only the third nation to develop a full-fledged human spaceflight program. But by then, private companies were already kind of kicking off their own space race. So let's go ahead and dive into a few of the major players that are going to be part of this huge space race to come. There's three main ones, and I'm pretty sure all of you know about them. First is SpaceX, next is Blue Origin, and then of course we got Virgin Galactic. There's many other players in this industry and this whole game, but these are the big top dogs for now, at least. So first off, it's hard to deny that SpaceX, created by the multi-billionaire and Tesla founder, Elon Musk, is the most famous of this trio. And there's a few reasons for that. The first is probably explosions. And then next we got explosions, and then we got really rapid progress, but you know, finally we got explosions again. So why does SpaceX really push forward despite all these seeming disasters that kind of happen? And disaster is not quite the right word, but let's say catastrophic failures. So the reason is because SpaceX is truly a fearless company, and they're constantly blowing stuff up just so they can keep pushing forward with the next bigger, better, more effective thing. So frankly, blowing stuff up has been working for them. And out of all the commercial spaceflight companies, in my opinion, SpaceX is by and far the definitive leader. Right now, they currently have two functioning launch vehicles, a third one that's getting pretty close to being ready, And they have the only privately built crew capsule that NASA has actually approved for human use. So really quick, we'll dive into what exactly is SpaceX's arsenal of products. So first, we have Falcon 9. This is kind of their bread and butter right now. And Falcon 9 can carry a payload of about 34,000 pounds, about 16,000 kilograms, into low Earth orbit. And it can do that for a cost of about $50 million, which boils down to roughly 3,000 per kilogram. That's expensive, but it's only about a third of what it actually costs to send that same amount of material into space just a decade or so ago. So that's a dramatic reduction in launch cost. And that reduction in launch cost is due to the fact that after Falcon 9 and all of SpaceX's rockets for that matter, after Falcon 9 deployed,
Uh-oh. Did we lose Jake?
Oh, maybe. He's still broadcasting his
audio cut out for a little bit earlier, but not for this long.
Well, he can just log back in. It's okay. Worse things have happened on this program.
Yeah.
It is the internet.
Should we give him a minute to restart?
He said his power just went out.
Oh, maybe he lost power. Did you lose power?
Yeah, that's what he just said, yeah.
It is a winter storm
Oh,
going on right now.
This is
Well,
was getting
it
juicy
lasted.
here. Yeah.
Oh dear.
Well, maybe he'll come back on,
He'll
so
come back on and we can continue.
yeah.
But if Caitlin is ready, we'll go into a very abrupt transition. Transitions, I don't really use them if you caught on with that. Okay.
I also have an image of the Crab Nebula if you need a transition.
Would you like to show the crab?
And Jake said his power.
He's been doing a lot of transitions for us for the last few star parties, so it's been good. It's been good.
Also, did you say his power is back?
His power is back. He's got to reboot his computer, so give him some time. So the Crab Nebula would be perfect.
Let's go look at
Crab Nebula would be perfect.
Fill that right in and
Excellent.
pitter patter for a minute. All right, just a second. Oh. ISS is rising.
Uh-huh.
All right. Let me actually.
Molly, have you ever photographed the ISS with your scopes?
I have, yeah. I've gotten a couple really nice shots, and I'm kind of honing my technique as
it's like
practice.
Precision fly fishing. I mean, it's crazy.
And I've had more success hand tracking it than trying to get the Paramount to track it like it's supposed to, mainly because my alignment models are never great. I'm still working on the alignment model, but I'm just resizing my windows here for y'all's viewing pleasure. Let's see. Ooh, no, come back.
It's the crab.
Yeah, I'm working on it. Hang on. There we go. Okay.
That looks nice.
Thank you. Yeah, so this is the Crab Nebula. I thought about doing hydrogen like I did for the Orion Nebula, but I thought it'd be fun to take a look at it in oxygen. There's a transition, electron transition in oxygen that we call oxygen 3 or O3 for short. And this transition is actually really interesting because it's called a forbidden transition because here on Earth, that transition never really happens because of the chemical environment that oxygen is in. But out in space, there's not other atoms or molecules are nearby the oxygen, any given oxygen atom because of the sparseness of space. So that this this atomic transition can actually occur and release this blue-green shade of light that is what we usually see when we're looking at nebula visually, since our eyes are more sensitive to that blue-green color, even though it is actually dimmer than the hydrogen, but our eyes are a lot more sensitive to it. So as mentioned earlier, this is a supernova remnant. And let's see, let me grab some Yeah, so it's really cool because you can see so much detail in the camera. In your eye, it looks kind of fuzzy, but with the camera, it's really easy for that detail just to pop right out. Let me zoom in a little bit. And you get such an incredible structure that you can see, especially especially in narrowband. And the star that the supernova that went supernova that generated this nebula, it's not some ancient thing from thousands or tens of thousands of years ago. It was observed by the Chinese and probably other cultures as well. They're just the ones who recorded it in 1054 AD. So this is a relatively recent supernova that made it into written records of humans, since it wasn't really that long ago. It reached a peak magnitude of -6, which is even brighter than Venus gets by a couple times.
You read a book with it.
Yeah, it was like like having a second tiny moon or something like that in the sky. But yeah, and it's still so bright today because of that star, that really fast spinning magnetar, that pulsar in the middle that was mentioned, that's emitting tons of energy, and that is causing the gases to glow, primarily the hydrogen and oxygen and sulfur that we can see easily, but plenty of other gases that glow as well on other wavelengths.
That's very cool. I would like to share something too. I have, and I didn't do this, but a very talented astrophotographer, Detlef Hartmann, if that rings a bell with you. Detlef Hartmann did a 10-year time lapse of the Crab Nebula, and you can see the spinning.
Oh,
mass.
I love.
Okay.
Those.
Yeah. So I'm going to share this right now.
Someday I'll have one too.
Yes, you will. But now you can see, look inside there, and you can see the Crab Nebula growing.
You can see not only it growing, but the shock waves coming off of
Right.
that pulsar.
Incredible. Yeah, and you can see the clouds moving down here. Looks like there's a jet coming down this way and pushing out that way. Incredible.
That's fantastic. And one of the guys who's done the research on the expansion of the Crab with the Hubble Space Telescope is our own Jeff Hester. That's one of his projects with HST. So he's written some of the definitive papers on it.
Wow. Yeah. Yeah, an incredibly violent and beautiful object, that we can still see expanding today. So, it's a living universe. It's not, it's not like this, I've had some astronomers refer to the stars as the fixed stars and the fixed this, and, humans have a tendency to try to organize, harden, and solidify things, so that maybe they feel some comfort in that. But my take on our universe is that it's interactive, we're part of it, it's constantly changing, it's alive because we're alive. If you want to say that humans are made of star stuff, well, that means the whole universe is somehow alive and kicking.
Absolutely. And we only see one frame of the cosmic movie at a time in many cases, just because of the vast distances. But looking at things that are closer, or a nearby supernova, we're overdue for another nearby supernova, of course.
Yeah.
We do get to see motion, and that really is, it's kind of neat, because people do think of the stellar backdrop as fixed, and it's not. I still don't see Jake. So maybe we want to see if he can get back in. But Caitlin, I don't know if you're ready to go.
Yeah, when he does come back in, he'll just pop in. So.
He's popping in now, I think.
Popping in now? All you had to say is, let's pull in someone else.
Yeah. Here we go. Are you there, Jake?
Yeah, I'm back. Sorry about that. Nothing calms your nerves like a power outage.
No problem. I'm glad it's back on. And two observations. We had a quick tour of the Crab Nebula thanks to Molly. You had a very nice image that she showed us while you were gone of that. And secondly, we should have known that, you were talking about Elon blowing stuff up.
There you go.
He probably got mad,
Right,
Yeah.
he said, get him.
But I don't know if you can take it away again where you were more or less, Jake.
Yeah, let me just, I'm getting that PowerPoint loaded back up.
Okay, no problem. This is like live television, people,
Yeah.
It is live.
Yeah.
All right. And you guys can see that, right?
Yep.
Okay, perfect. So I believe I was just talking about Falcon 9, launch cost being about $3,000 per kilogram, and how important that is for the future of spaceflight. Dropping that launch cost is huge because it allows you to do so many more things than you would otherwise with the same amount of money. So anyway, the reason that dramatic drop in launch cost has happened is due to the fact that after it deploys its payload, the Falcon 9 first stage falls back to Earth, restarts its engine, kind of makes sure it's aligned vertically, and then it safely lands back on the ground, meaning it can and does get reused as often as possible. The first Falcon 9 test flight was way back in 2010, so they've been at this for a while, but it still didn't deliver its first payload until, to the International Space Station at least, until 2012. But since then, it's had about 100 launches altogether, and most of those have been successful landings. So the next craft in SpaceX's kind of arsenal of products is the Falcon Heavy, which can carry about 140,000 pounds or 64,000 kilograms into low Earth orbit. So that's roughly 2 times more than the Falcon 9, not quite 2 times. And it does that for a cost of around $90 million per launch, which isn't 2 times the cost of Falcon 9. So that equates to roughly, $1,300 dollars per kilogram to get something up into a low Earth orbit aboard the Falcon Heavy. So the Falcon Heavy itself is basically just 3 Falcon 9 rockets strapped together, and all 3 of those are intended to actually separate, fall down to Earth, and land vertically, just like the Falcon 9s do. So yet again, those can be reused. Then moving on, there's the Crew Dragon, which isn't actually a SpaceX rocket, but instead a crew capsule. So Crew Dragon can seat up to 7 astronauts or people, tourists, whoever, supposedly animals if you'd want. And Crew Dragon made history last May when it actually successfully became the first privately built spacecraft to send NASA astronauts, or any humans for that matter, to the space station. Then it ended up doing the same thing again in November with a new crew, proving that, it's pretty reliable and trustworthy at this point. So both times that the Crew Dragon launched, by the way, it launched atop of Falcon 9, not the Falcon Heavy. And that's mainly because Falcon 9 is their really trustworthy rocket. They have so much experience with it that I don't think they wanted to risk it with the Falcon Heavy. And they didn't really need that heavy payload capability to get Crew Dragon up to the ISS. So then last but not least, we have Starship. And in typical SpaceX fashion, the Falcon series in typical SpaceX fashion, they're moving forward so quickly with their ambitious plans that the Falcon series, both the 9 and the Heavy, don't really meet the needs that they expect to have over the next 5 to 10 years. So with Starship, they're hoping to bolster the size of the rocket, carry way more material up into space, and do so for a way less cost. So Starship will be able to do about 220,000 pounds, 100,000 kilograms into low Earth orbit. As you go further out, geostationary, especially lunar, obviously that payload capability is going to drop a lot. But most estimates suggest that Starship should be able to get those payloads up into low Earth orbit at least for as cheap as $300 per kilogram.
Wow.
Which is absolutely insane. I mean, that's 10 times less than the Falcon 9 even. And to push it a little further, Elon Musk has even said that he thinks eventually Starship prices could drop as low as $10 per kilogram, which I have to just admit and say that is probably a little far-fetched and won't happen. But who knows? It's really hard to bet against Elon over the last decade. So for now, though Starship is only in the prototype phase. There's still a lot of work to go, but they have been making really quick progress like they usually do. So for instance, SpaceX did their 9th test of Starship, their 9th iteration of the Starship, which is SN9, earlier this week. And it largely went off well, but like SN8, the previous prototype before it, it ended up crashing in a pretty explosive, fiery death. So most notably though, SpaceX aims to use Starship to ferry astronauts and tourists not just to Earth and lunar orbit, but they actually really hope that Starship will help them get astronauts, and not necessarily NASA astronauts, it could be private astronauts, to Mars and beyond. The first step is Mars for Elon. First major planetary step is Mars. And then after that, there's chances, maybe send a crew to Europa, maybe Enceladus, any of those. So I've talked a lot about SpaceX. I'm already kind of hogging time. So let's go ahead and move on to Blue Origin. And I'll try to summarize Blue Origin about as simply as I can. So if SpaceX is the hare, Blue Origin is definitely the tortoise. But at the same time, that doesn't mean that SpaceX is necessarily going to win the race. And it doesn't really even mean that SpaceX or Blue Origin, one or the other, is going to win. This is a kind of a space race that can have multiple winners simultaneously. So for Blue Origin, like SpaceX, it's a private company that was created in 2000 by super billionaire Jeff Bezos, founder of Amazon. And unlike SpaceX, Blue Origin is a bit more focused on suborbital flight rather than orbital flight. Even if so technically the company still uses the same sort of approach. They have a standard rocket, and it's a vertical lift, vertical landing approach to takeoff and reusability. So Blue Origin's 2 main vehicles though are the New Shepard and the New Glenn. So the New Shepard, that's the company's suborbital spaceflight system, and New Glenn is its orbital spaceflight system. So first off, real quick on New Shepard, obviously that's named after American astronaut Alan Shepard, the first astronaut in space for America. And that successfully carried out its first test flight in 2015. And within a few months of that first initial test flight, it actually reused the same booster and was able to successfully carry out that test flight, which was a pretty big deal for just a couple months turnaround. However, since then, New Shepard has only launched about a dozen times, which is not nearly as much as SpaceX, for instance. However, I should note that Blue Origin has managed to safely land their New Shepard almost every time. I think there was a 1 out of 14 that crashed, if I remember correctly. But most recently, just a few weeks ago, New Shepard actually launched to an altitude of 67 miles, 107 kilometers, which by most definitions is space, almost every definition. And it also successfully landed back on Earth. So real quick, New Glenn is named after astronaut John Glenn, is their 2-stage orbital rocket that they hope is going to be ready soon, but it's still been in the works since about 2012. So Blue Origin's actually hoped to carry out their first test flight of New Glenn just last year, but the pandemic and perhaps a few other issues ended up throwing wrenches into those plans. Still, the company's finally got New Glenn into the air, or plans to finally get New Glenn into the air sometime in 2021. And after that, Bezos has plans to, use that powerful rocket to carry anything that needs to make it to orbit and beyond, whether it be cargo, astronauts, space tourists, again, anything. But finally, there's one more thing to Blue Origin, and that's their Blue Moon, which again is not a rocket. It's more like Crew Dragon, except this one is a crew-carrying moon landing capsule. So Crew Dragon is able to dock with either the Lunar Gateway, the International Space Station. Blue Moon is going to be an actual lunar lander that will carry crews, hopefully for the Artemis mission. And that was kind of the goal, but it's looking more and more like the Artemis mission is not going to make its 2024 kind of initial first steps. And that sort of takes the pressure off Blue Moon to really get finished really quickly. Obviously, Blue Origin is going to be working on that pretty hard, but if I were a guessing man, I'd say we're a good 5 years plus out before Blue Moon is fully functional and carrying crews. I hope I'm wrong on that though. So to recap, we got SpaceX, Blue Origin, they're launching vehicles in the same way, traditional upright. But then there's one more company, Virgin Galactic, that's taking a completely different approach. So Virgin Galactic got its start back in 2004 founded by, I guess, billionaire, multi-billionaire actually, Richard Branson. So this public company's approach to suborbital spaceflight is based on a pretty radical design that was first put forth in the 2000s, early 2000s, by aerospace engineer Burt Rutan. And that design actually won him a $10 million X Prize, which is a pretty huge deal. So like I mentioned, Virgin Galactic, is not like the other two. This one is a suborbital craft like Blue Origin's New Shepard, but instead of launching vertically, it takes a unique approach where it's actually mounted in between the fuselages of one connected giant ultra-wide aircraft. And then that aircraft climbs up to about 50,000 feet, drops the rocket plane attached in the middle. The rocket plane drops for a few seconds or a few moments. And then all of a sudden in the back, it has a hybrid liquid solid fuel engine that kicks in and shoots it up into space. Space. It makes it up to about 50 miles, 80 kilometers. And that's pretty close to space, but technically a lot of people define space as a Kármán line, which is 62 miles, 100 kilometers. So Virgin Galactic for now doesn't quite make it to that Kármán line, but NASA's actually changed the definition of space so that it's at 50 miles now. And that's partly because they were really hoping to honor and consider the early test pilots like Chuck Yeager, those types, as astronauts. So space is a nebulous kind of boundary, but either way, Virgin Galactic's getting very close, and it's high enough for passengers to experience kind of that inky black star-speckled sky and several minutes of weightlessness. So they get to be astronauts for about 7 minutes. All right, so I am taking too long, so I want to keep pushing on. I will just say that 600 people are currently signed up for Virgin Galactic flights, and they each had to put down $1,000 deposit towards their total $250,000 price tag for one flight. And even at that price, there's hundreds, if not thousands more that are just clamoring to get on the wait list. So finally, I want to talk about what we can, not quite finally, I want to talk about what we can expect in 2021. And I'm actually going to skip this a little bit and direct you to an article that we have on the website that's called 6 Ways to Buy Your Ticket to Space in 2021. That kind of outlines a little bit what I'm going to talk here, and I just want to save us some time since I already delayed us with the blackout. So the last thing what I want to say is, all right, so what? We have rich people and a few lucky scientists. Alan Stern, by the way, is, like he mentioned, going to be flying on Virgin Galactic, which I'm incredibly jealous at. So they're going to be soon venturing into space while everyone else here is kind of grounded and deals with all these problems that we're experiencing on Earth. So the question becomes, what is the real benefit of space tourism? And why do I think this is such an exciting time? Well, the real benefits are kind of hard to, really quantify right now. This newer era of commercial spaceflight is sure to help researchers carry out affordable, cutting-edge science at a much lower cost. However, perhaps the most important thing in my eyes about the new space tourism race is that it has the power to change everyday citizens of Earth, how they actually view our planet.
That's right.
And not just our planet, but also its kind of place in the cosmos. So I wanted to bring up this real quick. Astronomy magazine's done multiple interviews with famed Apollo astronaut Jim Lovell, famously played by Tom Hanks, and also the nicest guy you'll ever meet in your life. And what I found interesting is that each time we interviewed Jim, he ended up stressing how much his perspective changed when he was orbiting the moon and he put out his thumb and realized he could block out the entirety of the Earth. He said that really changed his perspective on humanity. And it drove home this profound realization to him that in the scheme of the universe, Earth is nothing but a tiny kind of fragile speck. So to me, one of the most valuable benefits that comes with falling cost of human spaceflight is that it will allow not hundreds, not thousands, but eventually millions of regular people to venture to space and get that new perspective that Jim got. And just maybe that might sway humanity itself to treat both Earth and our fellow humans and creatures in whole a little more carefully and with a little more respect than we currently do. So if that happens, of course, if we start treating people right, we get a new perspective on this fragile blue marble that we live on, then we might entirely avoid this really kind of apocalyptic version of our future where we're too late to save our species from pollution, global warming, asteroid impacts, anything like that. If we become a multiplanetary species over time, we might be able to actually create a backup copy of humanity that lives on another world so that Earth isn't this only bastion of life that we know of. So to me, just last thing is that spaceflight for the average person is more than just a wild adventure. It's something that has the potential to really change our entire outlook. And ideally, that change itself will make humanity and humans and Earth, and I mean, it's hard to deny that it will make almost everything better if we can really step outside and kind of gain this new appreciation for our little blue marble.
Hear, hear.
Oh, and I kept missing slides.
Fantastic, Jake. Thank you.
Fantastic.
Let's hope that day comes sooner rather than later.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that moments or presentations, how do I say it, David? But like when Carl Sagan convinced a science team to turn Voyager around and photograph the pale blue dot, the photograph just a 1 pixel wide Earth. And, that takes, I've heard a lot of things about Carl Sagan, okay? But this man had vision. He had vision. He was an incredible scientist. He could have just been steeped in academia and really just blocked out everything else. But he asked the science team to make an image that they said had no scientific value at all, to take a photograph of Earth, okay, from this most distant position that we had sent any spacecraft before. And, for a while, David, and I really did this for 2 months straight, I woke up every morning and read Pale Blue Dot, just so that I could just reframe my whole thinking about humanity and what we're doing here and what's important, And these words are, being resonated by, in different ways by all of your staff, So I think that this is why a magazine like Astronomy Magazine is not just for amateur astronomers. This is for understanding who we are, where we're going, what we should be doing.
Well, for 2,000 years, a thread going through the intellectual understanding and education of humanity has turned up the same answer over and over and over. We're, to our utter shock and horror, we're not in the center of everything and the most important thing there is. And we're, on one planet orbiting one of 400 billion stars in one galaxy out of 100 billion galaxies. That certainly gives you perspective.
Mm-hmm.
And we need a lot more of that, as you say, Jake, to get along and have a civilization and a society that's trying to help everyone out and be good to each other. So let's hope that catches on.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jake, for that. That's
Yeah,
great.
thank you.
And as I say, I don't do transitions. Doing space, now we're doing science journalism. Okay, there's the transition. But another young, talented editor and writer and science journalist, Caitlin Bongiorno, came along and joined the magazine staff after some experience and education and internships involving Fermilab and the European Southern Observatory and Garching and some other experience, and joined our staff right when the pandemic struck. basically. So she's not spent a day yet in the office at Astronomy magazine, and so is undergoing something of a rebirth of science journalism in this part of your career in a very peculiar way. But Caitlin, I think you're going to be talking a little bit about science journalism to us tonight.
Yeah, and I guess I can kind of transition where Jake's talking about how space travel and looking at Earth from space can really give you some perspective. But I think science journalism and communicating science to other people really can do that now. That's something that everyone can A, work on, and B, do now. So like Dave mentioned, my background is relatively new, I guess, compared to other people on the magazine. But I think one of the biggest things I really wanted to stress was hearing everyone talk and hearing a lot of people talk about astronomy it's something that's kind of been with them their whole life. And my experience was actually a little bit different, and you don't hear those kinds of stories as much. Obviously, I got to look up at the stars, and I loved doing that. I didn't quite know the constellations, but whenever we would have a dome lesson in class where we'd bring the inflatable dome, I loved going in there and learning the different constellations. But really, for me, astronomy wasn't my first introduction. Physics was. I learned physics in high school and took 2 years of it and was like, okay, I want to do something with physics. Went to college undeclared because I had no idea what physics I was interested in. Really, the only thing I knew was engineering at that point, and I quickly learned engineering was not for me. And then I took an Astro 101 class where one of the big professors at the time, the head of the Department of Astronomy at University of Illinois, was teaching it. And he was probably one of the best professors I've ever had in terms of bringing astronomy down to a level that everyone could understand. And it was like that moment that something clicked where I was like, okay, astronomy is definitely the subject I want to learn. It's the coolest physics for me, and I think many people in the audience and on this call would agree. But there was also the secondary thing that I wanted to do my entire life, which was writing. I've always been a writer. I basically, as soon as I could write, was writing stories. So I convinced my parents to let me do a creative writing major along with my astronomy major. And for about 3 years, we tussled back and forth about what my job could possibly be, because science writing, science journalism wasn't even really anything we knew about too much. Of course, I'd seen Astronomy magazine and read it, but I wasn't a subscriber. I'm ashamed to admit. But it wasn't until my senior year, actually my last semester at UIUC, that the head of the astronomy department gave me an opportunity to help him write a astronomy newsletter or help him write a textbook. And so, of course, my first inclination was I'm definitely more interested in writing a newsletter than I will ever be writing a textbook. And as soon as I sat down to do my first interview and spoke to someone who was actually a scientist, actually doing research, and was actually excited about the research he was doing, something just clicked, that it was so cool to actually listen to someone who A, knew what they were talking about, and B, was in it and loved what they were doing and were so eager to share it with the world. And when I got to actually try to write the right words and figure out the ways to communicate that in a way that would get other people just as excited as he got me, I really realized that this was like an aspect of science and writing and communication that I wanted to pursue. And it was surprisingly not too bad for me to get started from there. I mean, I was a senior and I graduated and was kind of late to the party in terms of internships to some degree, but Fermilab gave me an opportunity, which I will forever be grateful for. And I freelanced for them for a bit. And then, like Dave said, I got an opportunity at the European Southern Observatory to write in Germany, which A, who wouldn't do that? And B, it was such a great experience overall. Unfortunately, COVID kind of interrupted it halfway through, but I still got to finish the internship, even if I was in the US. And then I started with astronomy very shortly after that. And it's, if I've learned anything from the few short years I've been doing this, it's that communication is so important. And so many people miss out on science because scientists and people who are experts in their fields don't know how important communication is. I cannot tell you the number of times would-be engineers and astronomy majors and whatnot kind of poked fun at my creative writing degree. They did not understand why I would bother with it. As if loving it wasn't enough, but they didn't really get why it was so important to be able to communicate. And it's something that working with government facilities who have to, their scientists have to be able to talk to Congress people and explain why they need funding for this experiment and why it's worthwhile to get that funding. All the way down to just, I want to talk to my 9-year-old cousin about black holes because she has questions and I need to be able to explain that to her because she doesn't even know what an atom is. So I have to figure out how exactly to explain things. But that's fun. Honestly, it's like a puzzle almost. It's fun to do. And it's also fun when something clicks in the other person, you get to see that excitement light up. But on the flip side, being a creative writing major, I would sneak in my physics homework into creative writing classes to work on that sometimes before the class started. And the number of people who just immediately looked at the math mostly and just was like, nope, I don't know how you do that. And like, to be fair, math is hard. Don't get me wrong. But when I sat down and said, no, but like, this is why this is cool. Like I'm solving how big a black hole's event horizon is. And this is what a black hole is. Like Allison talked about earlier, supermassive black holes. And it was, black holes, everyone knows, captures everyone's imagination in and of itself. But it was something that when you brought it to their level, science was suddenly accessible again. And I think that's something I think we can all agree on is so important right now. It's frustrating to scientists and anyone interested in science how, I don't want to say anti-science, but science shy the world has seemed to gotten. And a lot of that, it's not completely obviously the science community's fault. There's a lot of educational issues, but just making it seem scary to so many people that a lot of people, as soon as they don't get math, that's it, they're done. They can't get science, it's out of their league. And that's what makes our job and just anyone who is passionate about science, that it's so important that you take that time to share that passion, whether that be through a magazine article or a blog post or a really cool image you can share on social media and get people talking about. There's no limit, honestly, to what you can do. Whatever you're passionate about. We have a great art department at Astronomy magazine. So if your hobby is art, you can be an illustrator for science too. You don't have to just be a writer. There's different avenues you can take. And so it's just, I think science journalism and just science communication in general is just so important to our current environment in this country, and not so much around the world, hopefully, but around the world as well, that we need to work on that. And so how can you go about doing that if you don't A, have the training, or B, this is your first time doing it? As simple as, okay, so this is the topic I want to talk about. You have to think about the so what. If you're explaining to someone who's very shy about science, kind of easily thinks they're out of their depth, you got to think about how can you connect it to them. Very simple, what makes it cool, what's actually the thing that excites you, and then how it will affect them. So for example, like, okay, the Big Bang happened 13.8 billion years ago, but tell them why they should care about it today. Why are people learning about it? Why does it matter? There's a reason that the phrase as Scott mentioned earlier, we're all made of star stuff, is such a like permanent phrase in our consciousness that everyone knows that. It's basically like, it's not a meme, but it's everyone you talk to, like you bring into astronomy, really loves to hear that they're made of star stuff. It's an inspirational quote at this point. So then if you figure out why the people should care, you also need to be careful about jargon. It's a very easy pitfall to fall into, that something as simple as supermassive black hole, that it seems obvious maybe to us, but it's something that isn't immediately understandable to everyone else. And it's very easy to forget that there is this beginner's barrier of jargon in astronomy or any science that we have to overcome in order to explain that to other people and communicate it. And you don't want to dumb it down, but you can make it simple and figure out the different ways. Allison did an amazing job. Shout out to Allison. Explaining everything and making sure she broke down the jargon in that. And an example of something that might seem very obvious to a lot of amateur astronomers, but wasn't. I used to volunteer at the Adlers, a planetarium, as a telescope facilitator. And I had someone come up and ask me during daytime observing if they could look at a star, and they did not mean the sun. And I had to, after taking a moment to take it in, because I wasn't expecting that question, explain why you couldn't see stars during the day, that was something that person had never considered before. And then I talked about like, but we can observe the sun. So that's something very simple, but not everyone knows right off the top of their head. And I think the final thing is, like I talked about earlier, is just be excited about whatever you're talking about. If you're talking about an article or an experiment you're really into or doing, you can other people can see when your eyes are lighting up. They want to learn more, even if they have no idea what they're talking about or what you're talking about. They want to know, and they'll ask questions, and they'll get inspired just by you talking about it. So as long as you're,
especially if they're as passionate as you are about it.
I try. Thank you. But yeah, so if you're enthusiastic and you can find the ways to explain it, and if they're not getting it, find a different route, a metaphor, whatever you can really get stuff across and bring the world and the universe into perspective for people who might need it right now.
That's right. Awesome.
That's fantastic, Caitlin. Something occurred to me, hearing the collective wisdom that I am tonight from all of you. I'm thinking that we need to keep the magazine going, but get all of you into Congress somehow.
That's right. That's right.
No? Well, think about it. Okay.
That's right.
Well, thank you, Caitlin, and I think we'll keep things rolling right along, because it's getting a little bit on the late side even for astronomers. Now, even after Caitlin joined us, we added another editor. Mark Zastro joined us as an experienced science writer, as senior editor, and his journeys and his work have taken him from Wisconsin to South Korea and back to Wisconsin now. And he also has never really sat in for a normal workday in the building at Astronomy, but we seem to be getting along very well and having lots of fun with all of the events that have happened this year, nonetheless, working remotely. However, there was one very sad event that, of course, happened recently, and that was Arecibo, the great dish in Puerto Rico, collapsed. And I had the great privilege of being down there in 1998 when there was an eclipse in the Caribbean, and toured it and saw it. And it was an incredible place. It's still there, of course, but Mark is going to tell us, I think, tonight about Arecibo and a little bit about its legacy.
Yes, thank you, Dave, for that introduction. And thank you to everyone who is here at this party. And thanks especially to Scott and everyone at Explore Scientific for organizing these fantastic events and inviting us to be a part of this one. This is really great.
Thank you, Mark.
So I know Kevin's not on the call anymore, but it was really, really great to see him out at Lowell. Actually, when I was a kid, maybe first or second grade, my family brought me out to Lowell on a vacation. We were in Tucson and drove out to Flagstaff and up Mars Hill. And I don't even know if we went inside anywhere, but I saw the domes and I saw the view, and I knew I was in a really special place. And I just think it's so wonderful that a facility like Lowell is accessible to the public. It's close to the public. It's really a people's observatory. And then later, when I was a graduate student in astronomy at Boston University, I got to go out again to Lowell, this time to actually use the Perkins telescope as part of my observing class. And we also got a tour of what was then the brand new Lowell Discovery Telescope, the 4-meter telescope, which is a bit further out from Flagstaff. I think at that point it had just seen or was about to see first light. So that was just, an incredible experience. And I mentioned this because the topic that I'm talking about here is another observatory that, like Lowell, it has an incredibly storied legacy, both scientifically and also just in terms of its inspirational impact and its outreach. Now, let's see if I can actually share the screen. How's that?
Not yet. We'll see what happens here. It's just a gray.
Seeing a click to exit full screen.
Here it is. It's
There we
loading now.
go. Now we can see it now, but it's a presenter view.
There we go.
Here we go.
Yeah.
All right. So here is Arecibo Observatory. It's one of those telescopes that doesn't really need any introduction because it's a pop culture icon. It, of course, helped Ellie Arroway search for extraterrestrial life in Contact. It gave James Bond an assist in the film GoldenEye by collapsing on top of and killing the villain. It's, of course, heavily associated with Carl Sagan, not just because he wrote Contact, of course, but his university, Cornell, actually designed Arecibo, proposed it, and operated it for many years. But the scientific legacy of Arecibo is really, just as impressive as its IMDb page. For one, it discovered the first exoplanet that was confirmed. Nowadays, when we think of exoplanets, we often, think of habitable worlds being discovered by the Kepler Space Telescope or TESS or optical ground-based observatories that are doing radial velocity surveys or even direct imaging. But in fact, the first confirmed planets around another star were found by Arecibo around a pulsar, and that was announced in 1992. Now, we've already seen this object tonight. This is the Crab Nebula, and there is indeed a pulsar inside there, which is essentially a neutron star that spins so fast, it twists its magnetic field into knots and emits radio waves like a lighthouse as it spins. And it's funny because pulsars weren't even discovered until 1967, which was 4 years after Arecibo opened. So it just kind of shows you how, even at the time that they were building Arecibo, they didn't fully know the possibilities that were going to be enabled by it. When Arecibo opened in 1963, it was actually called the Arecibo Ionospheric Observatory, because when it was first proposed, it was more thought of as a way to study radio waves in the atmosphere. And it was actually developed and run by ARPA, the forerunner of DARPA, the military research agency, because they wanted to use it as a huge radar to detect nuclear missiles as they re-enter the atmosphere. But of course, it was also designed to be able to do astronomical observations, and fortuitously, Jocelyn Bell discovered pulsars, even though she wasn't recognized for it. But pulsars became a key part of Arecibo's scientific portfolio. And one of the most exciting projects Arecibo was involved in up until it collapsed was actually leveraging pulsars to detect gravitational waves, which are the waves in space-time, of course, that Einstein predicted could occur. Now, you're probably familiar with LIGO and Virgo, which are the gravitational wave observatories that in 2015 made the first ever detection of gravitational waves. And they did that basically by measuring how a gravitational wave compresses and expands space-time as it passes by. So their detectors consist of lasers that run for 3 or 4 kilometers, like you see here. And if 2 neutron stars or black holes collide somewhere in the observable universe, when those waves reach Earth, then LIGO can measure how the length of that laser beam changes by about 1/10,000th the width of a proton. But a detector like LIGO is really only sensitive to those really big events when something like black holes colliding occurs. That is like setting off a explosion in space-time. It gives you these gravitational waves that are very high amplitude and high frequency. Now, there are also gravitational waves that are emitted by other incredibly massive objects, but at longer wavelengths. So for instance, as we heard from Allison, a galaxy with a supermassive black hole, say there are 2 supermassive black holes at the middle, a supermassive black hole binary. These objects are so massive, they will also etch waves into space-time as they orbit each other. But say one orbit takes maybe 1,000 or 10,000 years. So they're going to emit a gravitational wave with a long wavelength that takes 10,000 years to wash over you, to go from crest to crest. What's nice is that there are way more gravitational waves like that being emitted continuously by objects like those than there are these rare black hole collisions. So it's almost as if there's a background sea of gravitational waves that Earth is bobbing in, and which LIGO and Virgo are not sensitive to. So if you actually want to study that background sea of gravitational waves, the best idea astronomers have come up with is to use pulsars across the galaxy to basically create a galaxy-sized version of LIGO. But instead of lasers, it uses the radio waves from pulsars, because the timing of pulsars as they spin is so consistent, it's so metronomic. You can use them to detect gravitational waves, because when they pass by, if they stretch or distort space-time, say space-time gets a little bit longer, then a pulse arriving from a pulsar in that direction will have to travel a little bit farther and arrive a little bit later than you'd expect. And, you know, some of these pulsars they're so accurate, they're more accurate than atomic clocks. So they allow you to do that kind of thing if you have a telescope like Arecibo that can observe pulsars. And so one team called Nanograv just announced a very exciting result a couple weeks ago at the American Astronomical Society meeting. And that was that they think they're actually beginning to see hints of this gravitational wave background. They've actually been working for 12 years now, taking observations with Arecibo, as well as the Green Bank Telescope in West Virginia, to measure the timings of pulsars across the galaxy in this sort of timing array that you see here. And the set of papers that they published says that they think they are now starting to see some of those variations in the timing of those pulsars. And so far it looks a bit like noise or static. So they're not claiming they've detected it yet. They can't say that there's a gravitational wave signal there yet. But it's just like taking longer and longer exposures of an image. They think there's a signal there, and they just need to build up more data to get a better picture and confirm that. They think, in fact, that they only need a few more years of data, and they have actually 2 years of data that they haven't processed yet from before Arecibo went down. So that's hopefully encouraging, and it's just one area of cutting-edge research that Arecibo was involved in right up to its collapse. Now, another aspect of Arecibo's capabilities that really set it apart was the fact that not only could it receive radio waves, it could also transmit them. So that platform in the middle that you saw suspended over the dish was equipped not only with receivers, but also a transmitter. And so that means it can act as a radar. It can send out a radar beam to nearby planets to take radar images of them. That is a capability that even the new Chinese radio telescope, the 500-meter aperture spherical telescope, which is even bigger than Arecibo's 305 meters, it doesn't have that capability. It can receive, but it can't transmit yet. So for Arecibo, that means that it could see things that might be obscured in visible light, like the surface of Venus, which is here on the left. It could cut right through all those clouds and see through to the surface. It could also map out near-Earth asteroids like Phaethon here on the right. And that is really important for the field of planetary defense. So studying these near-Earth asteroids that could potentially one day hit us and wipe out most life on the planet, no big deal. Phaethon here is 6 kilometers across, and it's actually the second largest near-Earth asteroid that's classified as potentially hazardous. So when it comes to understanding and characterizing these near-Earth asteroids, getting a good sample of what they are like, what they look like, in case we ever need to send Bruce Willis up there to blow it up, that's really important. Arecibo also very recently played a key role in discovering a totally new class of astronomical event called fast radio bursts. We've just begun seeing these in the past 10 years. They're incredible bursts of radio waves that last only a few milliseconds, and they're caused by some incredibly powerful astrophysical phenomenon that we're not entirely sure what it is yet. Maybe magnetars, that's the leading hypothesis at the moment. But this is another field where Arecibo was right on the cutting edge. Of course, Arecibo also sent out the famous Arecibo message, the message devised by Frank Drake and Carl Sagan to an alien civilization. It's really more of a demonstration of how we might try to send a message to an alien civilization than a serious attempt to communicate, but it was something that really, captured the public's imagination, just like the golden record on Voyager. So unfortunately, despite this scientific legacy, this incredible scientific return, Arecibo had, for the past couple decades, been severely plagued by budget problems. The telescope was for a long time owned by the National Science Foundation, and over time it began to deprioritize funding for Arecibo, cut its budget, and for a while even considered selling the observatory. And so along with that have come some nagging concerns about the structural health of the observatory. It had to undergo maintenance. It has been hit by hurricanes and earthquakes. Its transmitter was knocked out by Hurricane Maria a few years ago, and so that damage was actually still being repaired as of last August, which is when this happened. One of the auxiliary cables that supports that receiving platform over the dish broke. It actually came clean out of the socket on top of one of those 3 supporting towers surrounding the dish. And of course, it flailed around. I mean, it had so much tension in it. It recoiled and hit the dome on the receiving platform over the dish, and then it crashed to the ground through the dish, which is the damage that you see here. These are actually some plots of the tension in the wires at the moment that it happened, that were recorded by the equipment at Arecibo. So you can see the moment that it snapped, it set the entire telescope platform vibrating for, you can see down here, for several minutes afterwards. So this auxiliary cable break was really, really bad, but it seemed repairable. The problem was that in November, one of the main cables, the big cables that really bore the brunt of the structural load, also broke. And at that point, I think everyone's heart in the astronomical community just sank, because it then became very questionable as to whether or not it could actually be stabilized in time to save it. And about 2 weeks after that, NSF announced that it would in fact be decommissioning the telescope because it could collapse at any time. And therefore, it wasn't even safe to attempt to repair the telescope. They didn't want to risk workers' lives to go up there to try to stabilize it. And instead, they planned to conduct a controlled demolition of the receiving platform. But before they could, on December 1st, this happened. So this is actually footage from the control room at Arecibo. So you can actually see one of the supporting towers falling down the hillside there, being dragged down by the collapse.
Do we know what time this was? I guess the time's right there, isn't it?
There is also some footage now from a drone that actually happened to be up inspecting that supporting tower at the moment it collapsed, just by coincidence. And you, as the cables snap, I mean, you can see the incredible tension that's in them. So both the announcement of the decommissioning and the collapse itself were just tremendous blows to any lover of astronomy. First, the science impact was a huge blow for NanoGrav, the Gravitational Wave Observatory project, because about half of their data or their sensitivity came from Arecibo, and about half came from the 100-meter Green Bank telescope. And they felt they were so close to getting a detection. It was absolutely crushing for them to know that they would not be able to continue to get more data to strengthen their hoped for detection. It also, of course, knocked out NASA's best planetary radar. NASA had been funding Arecibo to do that planetary defense work. But there's also a very real human cost to Arecibo's collapse. I mean, first of all, for the staff of Arecibo, who now no longer have an instrument, but then also in the wider community in Puerto Rico and in the general public. After it was announced that Arecibo would be decommissioned, I think there was just this huge swell of emotion, the likes of which I don't know if I've ever seen in astronomy for a piece of equipment. People took to Twitter to talk about what Arecibo meant to them, sharing their experiences of how they were inspired by Arecibo, maybe how they learned to observe on Arecibo. It was incredibly heartwarming and heartbreaking to read just how people were inspired by it, especially for those in Puerto Rico, because there are now generations of researchers from Puerto Rico who were inspired by Arecibo to go into science, not just astronomy, but all sciences. This tweet was one that actually moved me the most. What Arecibo means to me is that every Puerto Rican learns about Arecibo. I saw it in some of my American textbooks growing up, and when I did, it showed me that I could be a great scientist like my ancestors. Arecibo is more than a telescope. Representation matters. This person isn't an astronomer. They're actually a hematology and oncology fellow in Florida, according to their Twitter profile. So that's why I mentioned at the beginning that Arecibo is really not unlike Lowell in that it was a true people's observatory. It's so often observatories are often, some far off remote locale. They're difficult to access. It's a privileged few who get to go actually, observe on these incredible pieces of equipment, or sometimes, even to go visit. It's difficult. So Arecibo was, completely and entirely embraced by and integrated into the community where it was located. And I just think that that's so important, and it's something that our friends at Lowell understand so well as well. And frankly, as more people pay attention to the environmental sensitivities around sighting telescopes, the cost, both financial and in carbon, of actually traveling to them in a world of remote observing and a world of Zoom calls. And then also the cultural sensitivities about where we place telescopes. It's becoming more and more crucial to ensure that observatories are engaged and integrated into their communities like Arecibo was and like Lowell is. Not just because it's the right thing to do, but because otherwise we may not be able to get to do it anymore. So the story and legacy of Arecibo is, tremendous scientifically, but its legacy is also about expanding who gets to participate in astronomy and science and STEM. So thanks again to all of our friends here at Explore Scientific and at Lowell, Abby, all the work you do as well, because the more efforts like this that can reach people who might not otherwise come into contact with astronomy and science, the better off we all will be.
Right. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you, Mark. Very nicely done.
Awesome.
And let's hope we can learn everything that can be learned from the Arecibo story and turn it into a positive next generation result in this area too, which is critical, as you outlined in multiple ways. Scott, I think you had a final break.
Yeah, let's do a final break. If Libby is still with us, I'm not sure if she is, but
Yep, she's here.
She's still here. Wow. Okay. She's a real astronomer. So.
Time.
Okay. All right. We're gonna do a final break. I'm going to also post for any of you that wanted to be in the after party. You can join and log in, and I will. But we're going to have Libby on first, and Libby, thanks for hanging in there with us. I know it's a little bit late, but hasn't it been fun? It's been really great. So
Yeah, it's fun to stay on late on the calls because it's just so it's like the stars are coming out as we're talking about the stars. So it's like.
That's right. That's right. Great. Okay. So, we will take a break and we will be back. Okay, everybody, we are opening up the waiting room to be in the after party. If you'd like to join, I'm going to go ahead and put in a link right now in chat. And you can click in there, and Kent Martz will meet up with you and check your audio and video. Topics have to be about astronomy. You've seen the programming on today. These can be personal experiences. It can be views through your telescope. It can be any topic, but has to be on topic with astronomy. So hope you join us. And up next after this short break here will be Levy and the stars, and then we'll turn to I think Molly Wakeling is still with us, and some of the others. But it's going to be a little free form, and we will. I look forward to seeing some of you log on. Thanks.
I've got a nice shot of the Rosette Nebula in hydrogen alpha to share.
Awesome. Okay. Well, everyone, we're all back. We took a short break, and Libby, are you with us still?
Yes, I am. I have a poem to read.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah, I've been doing some reading and some more literature side of astronomy.
Okay.
So definitely tonight we've been talking a lot about Pluto, and I've been reading a lot of books. When I was in the second grade, the year I started getting into astronomy, I didn't know I was very good at poems or reading or doing any spelling, and I always thought I was very into math. And I just thought I was pretty I just thought I was okay at literature and stuff until I started seeing my classmates work and started to realize, oh snap, I am pretty good at this. Maybe I should try some more stuff with this. So when I was in the second grade, I decided to read a lot. I did a lot of reading on astronomy. And I also, when I was little too, I used to write little own stories because I thought I was super good at descriptive and being, good at just writing something long. And I thought I was like amazing at doing poems. I'm pretty good at doing poems and reading and a lot of stuff like that. I would say I'm more on the reading side, but I decided to put together a poem for the star party because I thought it would be, I had some inspiration from David Levy. And I was like,
That's great.
I'm going to do something different and I'm going to write a poem. So this one I wrote about the full solar system. And so I was trying to rhyme it more. My teachers, when I was in the second grade, they're like, you don't always have to rhyme your poems all the time. And I was like, I must rhyme my poems. It doesn't care they rhyme almost all the way, but they will rhyme a little bit. But when I was in second grade, I started, before I was into astronomy and reading astronomy books, I was very much into being like literature. And so I was like, I'm going to write little stories and I'm going to make like a little library. Well, I got halfway through that. But anyway, here's the poem I wrote.
Okay.
Mercury and Venus scorching from the sun, our planet Earth, the only one having fun. And though we ever know if there is life on Mars, and of course Jupiter with the stormy scars, Saturn with the beautiful rings, a blue sort of pattern on Neptune's surface, and a new sort of satellite going around Uranus, but we all know Pluto is not being a planet is very untrue. So it was kind of short, but I just wanted to summarize the solar system in a poem that wasn't very long. And I always wanted to talk about like Pluto because I know it's very funny. Some poems can be like very in-depth, like descriptive about Pluto and, you know, about the planets. And I kind of wanted to be a little bit funny because Clyde Tombaugh was, he's a very funny person. So, I mean, I was like, you know what? I'm going to make this one super fun. It's going to be very fun to write. And I had a great time writing it. It's very fun trying something different on these calls because I know every time I do a talk, I get a little bit more confident in what I do. And it's just very fun to try something new to see if it works out good, if I'm good at it, and do some more writing on it. And of course, I read the Reflector magazines. And yeah, I do. I have one on my
From the
desk.
Astronomical League, right? The Reflector. Yeah.
And I always read them and I always think, you know, I had a dream when I was in second grade to make my own library full of a bunch of poems. And I read a lot of books about astronomy. And I still read a lot of books. More in my books now. I read a lot of astronomy books. I like to go hardcore when I'm reading books. You know, when I was in like just reading all these astronomy books, there was one book that I really liked because it was at my level of astronomy, and I had kind of dreams to like, you know, read like I had dreams to write my own stuff like that because it was so amazing that I was in my school library because most of the stuff in my school library was scholastic books and a lot of those like books where they're just each book on a different planet, which didn't most of the books they didn't go really in depth about the planet because you know they're kids books, but there's this one adult book for astronomy that I really liked, and I kind of got sucked in by that book and I started to go hardcore on astronomy reading, but I had very fun writing this and I decided to make it kind of funny.
I thought it was awesome. I thought it was
Thank
awesome.
you.
You know, I've been talking with David Levy, and I know that you two have had a kind of a connection recently, and I know that he's sending you one of his books. Are you a subscriber yet to Astronomy magazine?
Yes, I am. I have when I joined the Astronomical League, I subscribed to Reflector, and I think I subscribed to maybe about 3 of them, and they come. And I always get super excited. I'm like, yes, they're coming. I actually asked for David Levy's book for Christmas because most of my astronomy books, it's not about an astronomer. They're just about astronomy. And, you know, it's very nice to hear from someone who's had experience with astronomy and tips because I know me just starting off from a 60mm Meade telescope to a 10-inch Dobsonian could be kind of hard and hectic to do. So it's good to have some tips and know what it's like to be an astronomer.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, you're learning and being mentored by one of the best in the world. So, you know, I think that as much time as you can spend with learning from David, that would be very beneficial for you, you know, and I'm glad that you're here with the staff, the editorial staff of Astronomy magazine, you know, and I love, you know, your poem was great. It's awesome. So
Thank you.
Yep. You need to get one of these books though from David Eicher. So I'm gonna buy you one of these books, and we're gonna have it sent to you. Okay.
Bye.
Okay. So that's great.
That was a great job, Libby. Really nicely done. Good humor in it too.
Yeah.
Pursuing my second grade dreams.
Yeah, Libby, I just want to say that was awesome, and I love that you are combining a love of science with a love of literature and a love of writing and creative writing. Actually, in my spare time, I'm an editor at a literary journal called The Offing, and I edit their science section. So it's a kind of unique in that it's a literary journal that also has a science section. We call it the back of the envelope. So if you ever want to submit your work, just get in touch with me, and we'd love to read it. So please keep writing.
Yep.
Thank you. It was very fun to try this out. I've been wanting to try poems out, but I've not been sure about what to write about. So thank you.
Well, you
Anytime.
Good inspiration, I think. So that's good. Okay. All right. So, David, where do you think we are right now? We have Molly here. We've got Steve Hauser has joined us as well. So
I think Molly, do you still have another telescopic object?
I do.
Maybe we can look at that. And did I see Abby raise her hand too?
I waved.
You
waved.
I was just waving.
Oh, okay. I thought you had something that was crucially important. I thought you had some breaking news from a pulsar or something. Okay.
Just came in. Fresh off the line.
I'm getting something.
Nope, sadly.
So how did you guys all feel about tonight's presentation? I mean, we've been going on for it's almost 11:45 right now, and we started at 7 o'clock. Actually, a little bit before that. We've had some amazing, incredible lectures and presentations. I thought I don't know. This is the best. This has got to be one of the best experiences I've had, with all of this. So I really appreciate it. I really appreciate it.
Well, thank you, Scott, and thanks to everyone who's been involved. This has been absolutely the best online astronomy event I've seen. So I congratulate all of you. It's been
you guys made it. You guys
really
made
remarkable. Yeah.
Yeah.
And we're not quite done, are we, Scott?
No, we're not quite done.
Okay.
No, we have an amazing. It looks like the Rosette from Molly Wakeling here. So let's
another of those star factories.
Yes.
Yeah. So this is the core of the Rosette Nebula here. Since the field of view of my telescope's only about half a degree, the whole thing is about a degree across by a degree. It's about the area of 4 or 5 full moons in size on the sky. Of course, it's actually much physically much larger than the moon. Something on the order of I had the number up here. Well, let's see, it's okay. I don't have it on hand, but it's big. It's like probably a couple light years across, and it's about 1,500 light years away. So this is again in hydrogen alpha. So we're looking at the the deep red emission from hydrogen gas in the nebula. It's in monochrome from my monochrome camera, but there's so much incredible detail in this nebula. Lots of little darker, dusty spikes and regions that have been carved out by the stars in the center. Because a lot of the stars in the center, they're hot, young stars, O-type stars, where they're blasting out tons of ultraviolet radiation. And that's, first of all, carved that hole that you see there in the middle, but it's also shaping the areas of the gas around there. And because of that compression of the gas being pushed by that stellar wind, new stars are being formed by all that energy and all that movement going on in the gas. So it's star forming region, gorgeous, gorgeous nebula. The whole thing really looks like a really pretty rose, especially when you give it that red color. And yeah, it's a fun object. You can't, with your eye on the telescope, you can really just see the star cluster. You can't really see the nebula because we're not very sensitive to red. Our eyes aren't, but the camera picks it right up.
And Molly, it's actually several dozen light years across, and the central star cluster, MGC 2244, you're right, you can see it's excavated that hole and actually is ionizing the gas that's causing it to glow in a brighter ring there too. And if you get down, you can see very nicely here these little dark areas of dark nebulosity there. If you go down inside the smallest knots in there are these so-called Bach globules, and that's where little protostars are forming inside those tubes of dust and gas. So
yeah,
there's
so much to say about it. There's so much stuff going on there.
Yeah, our old pal Bart Bach. Here's another guy we knew at the end.
Yeah, that's right.
Who basically, figured out the modern structure of the Milky Way. For much of his life, and was at Harvard and in Australia, and ended up in Tucson with David, and David wrote about Bart as well.
Yes, and it's 5,200 light years away. Correction on the distance there. Got too many numbers floating around in my head, and 130 light years across, which is just mind blowing.
Yes. Great.
Yeah.
Great. Well, thank you, Molly.
Yeah.
Wonderful, beautiful shot. Somebody's remarking that it looks, it looks kind of, there's dimension in that shot of the rosette. It's amazing. Yeah. It's one of my favorite new targets.
That's what I love about H alpha. Like when you just have it in the monochrome, you really get kind of that 3D effect sometimes because it's just so sharp, and you have the shadows and the light, and
that's
really
also
awesome.
How you have that shot frame too. It's
yeah. I might have to actually image this at some, I've imaged it on my refractors and where with a much larger field of view. I've not imaged it on this telescope, so I might have to try that this winter. Just this little center view here. But once I get off the call here, I'm gonna cue the telescope back over onto my nightly series of other targets that I'm currently imaging on this scope, and let it run all night while I sleep.
Awesome. Molly, thank you. Thank you so much. I look forward to seeing the your finished shot of this too. So that's great. All right. So next up here is Steve Hauser, and Steve has decided to join us in the after party here. We're getting, we've had a wonderful night. I want to thank, Dave Eicher and the entire Astronomy Magazine editorial team. You guys brought on an event that I've never experienced before. I've been going to astronomy events and star parties and putting on events and doing all kinds of stuff, and I've really never experienced anything quite like this. Really wonderful. It should be done again for sure. Levy, thank you again for your wonderful poetry.
Thank you.
And Alan Stern, if you're still watching, thank you very much. It was incredible. I hope to have you on the show again. One day I won't be nervous when you're on, so that will settle down with me at one point. But that's just the way I am. So, but Steve, let's hear about your outreach plans. I know that you mentioned that you're retiring, but it looks like you're starting up a very busy second career in educational outreach.
Well, I'm hoping to. Thanks, Scott. Thanks for having me on in the first place. What a great show tonight. Really, the presentations and the fact that we get to it's just lay folks out here. We get to listen to really all of these experts. These world famous, incredible astronomers talk to us in small groups and now the fact that I'm actually seeing myself in a window with all these folks from Astronomy magazine whose names I recognize because I read them monthly.
Right.
And I just really thanks for letting me be here. I just wanted to mention that now that I'm newly retired, I'm really looking forward to doing expanding the outreach that I've been doing with grade school kids and middle school kids for the last few years. Really, mostly solar astronomy more than anything else. And in fact, you can kind of get a little look in the back there, a little Lunt 60 HA and an Astrotech 115 that I put a Lunt wedge on, and I'm now just starting to. I have cameras and monitors, so I'm looking to move into a little bit larger format so I can show more kids instead of just having long lines of kids. Probably I think the most fun experience I ever had was I spent an entire day at an elementary and middle school in Aberdeen, Idaho for the Mercury transit. And I had 2 white light scopes and the HA scope all on manual mounts. And I was by myself. And I had a couple hundred kids look through those scopes that day. I don't think I'd ever been that tired. And I'm a regular participant in the Craters of the Moon Star Party. I'm a member of the Idaho Falls Astronomy Club. And, we regularly have hundreds of people look through our scopes those nights. But it's spread out between 30 or 40 of us. But I've never had more fun than I had with those kids. And I've done solar outreach with some high school kids too. They're kind of fun. I taught at a university for 9 years. And I left academia because there were too few kids for me to get that teaching enjoyment from. I used to call it my teacher jollies. And if I was lucky to get 1 or 2 students out of a couple hundred in a semester that actually seemed to be interested, especially in the freshman classes, that wasn't quite enough feedback for me. I left and went into the private sector, but I've been finding that with these kids, and I've been so looking forward to where I can put my 60 almost 70 hour a week job away for years now, and start spending time with kids. Of course, not really sure how that's going to work with COVID. I'm hoping just to get some internet stuff hooked up, and then work with some local schools. I've made some good connections with the local science teachers. Really looking forward to that. And I'll probably be calling you, Scott, for some equipment suggestions in the near future, because I'm still missing a couple of pieces.
Sure. But what's inspiring is to when you hear someone that has really found what it is that they were meant to do, and I'm glad that you're honing in on that and focusing on that, because you're going to inspire so many young people, and that's great.
Well, most of us that go to star parties, and I've been doing this since I was 8 years old. My folks bought me a little, Sears 3-inch reflector scope with the metal mirror, and I've been doing this really as a hobby all my life. But I really didn't start doing it socially until about 15 years ago, when I went to my first star party, and the first time someone looked through my telescope and said, "Wow," I was hooked on that, and it's just such a pleasure to go out and share that stuff. And I'm fortunate enough to have collected some pretty cool equipment in the few years that I've been doing this, which makes it even more fun to go out and share that, with the other gearheads and nerds like me.
Oh, sure.
Out there, anyways.
That's another whole facet of astronomy too. So
yeah,
I know that. Well, that's wonderful. That's wonderful. Any other thoughts that you might have? Anything else you'd like to share with the audience? We we have a worldwide audience right now. So
Oh, a worldwide audience. Well, that's
yes, we
frightening
do.
enough in itself. I I'm actually fascinated by gravitational wave theory.
Oh.
My PhD is in ecology, which it really kind of makes me a statistician at heart. And you need a lot of physics and mathematics to be an ecologist. So I do like to do differential equations in my head for fun. And I know that's kind of weird, but so look at all of the heads nodding. See, I'm not alone. I appreciate that.
One of them.
I would just like, it's something that I just like to throw this question out there, and maybe somebody has an answer for me.
Sure.
But I think about these long period gravitational waves, and it occurs to me that means that we cannot depend on the consistency of time. Is that correct?
Is that an Allison Klessman question here?
Ask me.
Maybe
I want to say we can still depend on it. I mean, it warps the fabric of space-time, but temporarily, I guess it depends on what's causing the gravitational waves. If it's just an event, then it will pass. If it's not, then that's very different.
Or would we notice it? I mean, because the time would compress for us or expand for us in response to the wave. But if you're in front of the wave or behind the wave, how does that affect light? Would we see the Doppler shift from the gravitational wave? Anyways, I just lots of questions go through my mind.
I can do a little plug that we have an Ask Astro section that I am now in charge of. So if you want to submit the question to our magazine, we can find an expert to actually answer that for you that will hopefully have an answer better than we can.
Then that's very interesting. I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not sure that there is an answer for it. I think it's just one of the fun things to think about, that maybe it's tough for us to get our human brains around.
But that's the kind of a thing that we could pitch to Kip Thorne and see what he says. You know, I mean, it would be very interesting to get his take on. It's a good question.
Yeah. See, that's the kind of thing. These are the kind of people that Astronomy Magazine can make the bridge for people that want to get answers like this. You know, so Kip Thorne's a very nice man, but everyone's trying to get some time with him to talk to him and find out what his insights are. But it's nice that that you have a publication like Astronomy Magazine to work with people like this. So
well, and he's a Starmus guy, Scott, too.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
Well, hopefully there are hundreds of postdocs out there trying to answer a question like that.
Yeah. Wonderful.
Thank you.
Well, gosh, Steve, thank you for coming on, man. Thank you. We are, I believe we're kind of towards the end of our program. I haven't had anybody else log in for the after party so far. One day, you know, maybe 100 people will log in. Right now it's one at a time, but that's okay. Is there, and John Adler's on with us right now. Okay. All right. John, do you want to, are you there? I ask him to unmute here.
Yep, I'm here.
You're there. John, how are you?
Not too bad.
Good. Good. So, what are you bringing to the Global Star Party tonight?
Well, not much of anything right now. I sent you a message earlier that I'm still working on the historical observatories.
Yep.
I don't know if you saw that.
Friends of the Historical Observatories. Yeah.
Not only now do we have a Facebook page, but my wife took it upon herself to do a website. So there's now a website up there called historicalobservatories.com.
Right.
And right now there's links to about 60 of the observatories around. So if someone wants to learn about Lowell or Yerkes or Griffith or any of them, they can go right to that website and get a link. A lot of those pictures that people have been seeing, I know I recognize a few names here of folks that are members of that Facebook group. So a lot of those pictures are now on the website. So we'll keep adding to it.
Wonderful.
But
Wonderful.
one of these days, I'm kind of looking to put together a presentation on just that, showing some of the screenshots. So that's in the works.
Please do. Yep. And come back and visit us. You know, we do these every week. And this one was an extraordinarily special one, you know, with the celebration of Clyde Tombaugh's birthday and, you know, the discovery of Pluto and the research of Pluto. But all the contributions that everybody's done here, it's just, I think it's left everybody breathless, really. So thank you for coming on. And I think at this time we'll start to wrap it up. Is there anything that you'd like to say in closing remarks, David?
Thanks to you, and thanks for the whole staff. And it's great to meet you guys here at the end, the two of you. I think we're Facebook friends, at least one of you, John. So it's good to hear you. And it's been a great night. And we'd love to, I think, you know, maybe you'll scream at me, some of you on here, but I think I could say we'd love to do it again sometime, Scott. So
oh, I'd love to have you on again. Yeah, we'll find another very special moment and make that happen. So, okay.
Sounds good. And remember the I Heart Pluto Festival next week also. We'll continue the Pluto discussions.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Well, Clyde, if you're out there somewhere and looking down, we wish you a happy birthday. So thank you, everybody. And keep looking up, and I'll see you all tomorrow at 4 o'clock, you know, Central. And then we'll hopefully have some clear skies over the weekend. So have a good night, and thanks, everyone. Thank you again.
Thanks so much, everyone. See you soon. Take care. Be safe.
Yes. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, guys. I so enjoyed listening. This has been fantastic. Love seeing everyone. Good night.
Bye-bye.
And now, folks, it's time to say goodnight. We sincerely appreciate your patronage and hope we've succeeded in bringing you an enjoyable evening of entertainment. Please drive home carefully and come back again soon. Good night.